Hello, hello, it is I, Cheese Louise, and today we're gonna play some more Doki Doki Blues Skies. We finished Sayori route last time, so now we're gonna start Yuri route. Um, you can probably see in the stream title. Oh, hello, Ruby Rose. You can see in the stream title. I joke about Yuri being the worst girl, which she is, but that's just out of the four of them. She's still a good character. I just joke about not liking her. I like her just fine. It's fine. And of course, daily plug, 2D debut, August 28th. Be there. Do it. 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 Okay. That's enough plugging. Click the Doki button. Click the other Doki button. Yes, I moved Yuri down to the next to me spot. Hey, what does that mean? What's that supposed to mean? Oh yeah, not load game. We're doing new game. We're gonna go ahead and skip everything that is... everything that's repeat. We don't need to reread everything, just the new Yuri scenes. We'll probably get through Act 1 today, and most of, I guess we have to pick Yuri now, huh? And we should be able to get through, like, halfway of, Act 2, maybe. Hey, could you help me pick out a book you think I'd like? Oh, I'd be happy to, if the prospect isn't too off-putting. I know of a wonderful horror novel. To be honest, horror never particularly appealed to me. Same. Still, I want to make an effort here. I have an open mind. What book were you thinking of? Blushing, Yuri bends down and removes a thick book from the bookcase. It is large. It has a large, piercing eye on the cover. It almost feels like it's staring into my soul. A little dramatic. One of my personal favorites, Portrait of Markov. I know it might look intimidating, but so sorry. If I recall correctly, Portrait of Markov is not a real book, and it's just made up for Doki. Maybe? Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think I remember hearing that, though. She shakes her head and goes to put the book back, but I stop her. Don't worry about it. I'd love to check it out. What's it about? A coy smile plays across her face, as though she were pleasantly surprised by my enthusiasm. Let's see. The protagonist is a young high school student who moves in with her sister, but shortly after, sinister things start happening. The two are captured by an ominous cult that practices nightmarish experiments on their prisoners. Throughout the story, she's forced to make choices no one her age should have to make. In the process, her ability to trust others is warped, and many of her relationships are broken as a result. You hate to see it. Pretty dark, but hey, I'd be lying if I said it didn't sound interesting. Well, it definitely sounds pretty engaging. I think I'll read this book then. Natsuki mumbles something, but she's just barely out of earshot. But really? You don't have to if you don't want to. I do! I'm on Yuri route. I want to do Yuri things. I do want to. While it might not be what I usually pick, your description of the plot intrigued me. Although I have to ask, what makes this your favorite book? If I had to put it into words, I suppose I'm a big believer in literature's ability to challenge the psyche. So to have such... oh my gosh, I need to click a button here. Okay. To have such immersive tale, question your ideals, and foundations can be extremely exhilarating. I need to click another button. Bum ba dum ba dum bum. Oh, why do I have this open twice? I'm being silly. There we go. Okay. I had my Twitch monitor open twice. That's not correct. That's not what I want to do. She smiles and twirls a long lavender strand of hair around with her finger. Words are immensely powerful. They can paint stunning portraits, invoke emotions, or even whisk oneself away to an entirely new dimension. As she continues to speak, she transforms from the timid girl I just met into a proud, confident expert. I get the impression that she feels more at home with books rather than other people. Isn't it that exhilarating, Cheese? We have such a vast vocabulary at our disposal, with such powerful resource at our fingertips, we can do anything. I clear my throat, hoping that I don't put her off with my evident inexperience. Yeah, when you put it that way, I can understand how powerful the written word can be. I scratch the back of my head nervously. Fortunately, she finds that to be a satisfactory answer. Mm-hmm. Or mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. One must look at the words the author chose. We have so many synonyms, so what compelled the author to shape their story the way they did? You know, a word has way too many synonyms. Never mind. I don't want to talk about it. The feeling I get when I finally finish a truly compelling novel is, it leaves me totally breathtaking. I wish I had something as coherent to respond with. Might as well be from different planets. Do you guys mind if I drink a soda today during stream? Because I'm gonna. But do you mind though? Whoop, be it okay? Alright. Good. I haven't bought soda in a long time. It was on sale when I was at the grocery store, so I bought some 12 packs. I got Barks root beer. It's pretty good. I think I know what you mean. She closed her eyes, pulling her hands close to her chest. Then, as though remembering she's not alone, she suddenly blinks and immediately appears more bashful. Oh goodness, I'm sorry, I must have gotten lost in my train of thought. Alright, Yuri. She fidgets with a thin clip in her hair. Where? That one? This one? Sliding it up and down. Ooh, I want to try that. Woo. Oh, it doesn't work. Hey, you don't have to worry about it. It's nice to see you talk about something you obviously enjoy. Who's to say otherwise? Yuri glances over at Natsuki, who simply raises her eyebrow in reply. I wish Natsuki would raise her eyebrow at me. Natsuki, ignore me. Does Natsuki not like these kinds of stories? She sighs and turns to look out of the window. But that's putting it lightly. We have our differences in what we enjoy, literature-wise. She frowns slightly, as though pained by Natsuki's apparent disapproval. While I think everyone's different tastes are what makes literature interesting, especially when talking about it with other people, I can't help but grin. I feel like that was actually pretty clever. Clever? I'm not sure if clever is the right word. Maybe wise. Yes, that's a good way of looking at it. I reach over and take Portrait of Markov from her, tucking it under my arm. Well, I'll give this a bit of a read and see how far I can get tonight. I appreciate you giving it a chance, even if it's not something you're used to. I'll be looking forward to hearing your opinion. I must warn you, though, once you get past the first few chapters, you might have trouble putting it down. Yeah, that's what they all say when they give you their favorite story. Fatamoru. And perhaps tomorrow, if you wanted to, we could discuss it. She looks quite nervous as she suggests that. Guess that's how her personality is. Yeah, we can do that tomorrow. Thanks for the recommendation, Yuri. I do need to branch out and try new things. This will be a good place to start. I'm grateful that I get to read it on my own, at least for now. I honestly have no idea if I'll even like it, and if I were reading it with her and decided I didn't, that might make things a little awkward. You're just like 20 pages in, you're just like, Yuri, I don't like this book. I want to leave. I don't like you anymore. With the book in hand, I make my way to the desk. The others are all now preoccupied, so this seems like a convenient time to start the story. It's definitely an unusual book. Horror was never really my thing, but I have to admit the main idea is intriguing, and the main characters... are written well. Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of that today with me drinking soda. Wow. The more I read, the more I can see why it appeals to Yuri. All that talk about appreciating sophisticated language, while it's not exactly my kind of story, to their credit, the author does a good job building up the rather bleak situation. I've never been particularly imaginative, but even I can picture the scenes in my head. If I weren't so tired, I could probably engage with it more. Over time, I can't help but grow a little bored, though. I guess I've read enough to be able to discuss it with Yuri tomorrow, so I decided to call it there. Looking up, I spot Sayori reading something. Might as well see what she's up to. I've probably read this for long enough. Standing up with a stretch, I make my way over and take a seat next to her. Hey, baby. Ooh, these, like, during these skip sections, I'm always like, oh, I gotta think about something to start talking about. But they're always, like, shorter than I think. Yeah, okay. Page 8, here we go. Alright. Yuri words. Vivacious. Unending. Massacre. Yuri is she's definitely the easiest to write poems for. Like, you might sometimes pick a Sayori word, but hers are pretty easy to pick out. Judgment. Disaster. Intellectual. Disoriented. Mausoleum. Entropy. I'm gonna get a perfect 20 out of 20 Yuri poem. After image. Philosophy. Frightening. Extraordinary. Incongruent. Like, you literally just look for the longest word and then think if it's a silly long word or a serious long word. Unrequited is Sayori. Unrestrained. Heaven sent. Effulgent? I'm not even sure what that means. Infinite. 'Cause that's what it takes to be infinite. Determination. People always make Yuri likes Undertale jokes, and I think this is why, because she likes determination. Yeah. Variance. Look at that perfect 20 out of 20 Yuri poem. I can't even get a perfect 20 out of 20 Natsuki poem. Skip ball. Oh yeah, skip scenes is perfect time to drink my soda. And of course it's over before I actually start drinking it. Isn't this the book from yesterday? Upon seeing the confused look on my face, she hastens to explain. I thought you might like to, have your own copy so that you can read it on your own as well. You what? You bought me a book, Yuri? You've known me for a day. I honestly don't know what to say. How is it that she's only known me for a day, yet she's already done something this thoughtful for me? Oh, Yuri, thank you. That's really thoughtful of you, but, you didn't have to do that for me. I feel kind of bad, By the way, I'm pretty sure this route is going to be the hardest for me to get through. Not because I don't like Yuri, because I do like Yuri. But her subject matter is something that I have a hard time dealing with. Not that I don't do her subject matter, but it's something that really rubs me the wrong way, and I'll do my best to be civil, okay? I promise. I'll try. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for that. I understand if you don't want to read with me anymore, so... Honestly, she's getting more adorable by the minute. Please, it's fine. I'd love to read it with you. I just wasn't expecting you to buy me a copy of my own. Are you sure? I don't want to force you. Seriously, Yuri, I'm sure. After all, I grin at her. It is a good book. She timidly returns my smile, relaxing a little bit. I'm glad you seem to think so. How are you liking it so far? She looks at me with wide, expectant eyes. She must be really worried that I'm not enjoying it as much as her. To be honest, I've been pleasantly surprised. While horror isn't really my thing, it really kept my attention. Even though I haven't gotten very far yet, I find myself feeling sorry for the protagonist. The language is pretty, engaging? It certainly makes me think about it. As I praise the book, her face grows visibly more relieved, and her eyes light up as I mention the language. I'm glad you think so. One not only needs to look at what is being said, but how it's phrased. It can entirely change the desired message, wouldn't you agree? Sometimes. But I think sometimes people get a little too hung up on it. But yeah. Oh boy, I hope we don't get into an in-depth discussion about the language. I'm still nowhere near Yuri's level with this sort of thing. Oh, totally. I never really thought about it until you brought it up with me. You really made me look at it with a bit more scrutiny than I would normally. She blushes at this, turning away slightly. But really? I helped you with that? I have to admit, you really managed to open my eyes to this sort of thing, or should I say, my third eye? My Markov eye of portrait? Never mind. I didn't try to make that joke. Erase it from your memory. Yuri's silence makes me nervous. Did I make a mistake? You know, because the book mentions the third eye and there's an eye on the cover. Ah, I see. I just didn't know you liked dumb puns. My opinion of you has changed substantially. I don't know if we can be friends anymore. Probably best not to comment on her accidental continuation of the pun. Wait, she did? Oh, because she said I see. Hello, what did you miss? Not a lot. Just Yuri making us read Portrait of Markov. How you doing today, Lucky Bucky? You ready for some Doki action? Tough crowd. Oh, I see. You were making a joke. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. You thought I was actually saying... You thought I was actually saying that it opened my third eye, Yuri? No worries. I just thought it was a good pun. She smiles bashfully. You're Natsuki. Yeah, she still gets to be here. I'm not sure how much action she'll see today, though. You're doing great? That's awesome. I'm glad. Yes, it is quite humorous, isn't it? I think that means everything is okay now. Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off the scheduled activities for the club. Like the poetry thing. I've already steeled myself for the critique I'll probably be receiving. But it seems that we have some downtime before then. Ah well. Looks like I won't be able to just immediately get it over with. Oh, this is old dialogue. Never mind. I'd love to talk to Yuri. I was gonna say, time to drink soda. But never mind. We're back. I'd love to talk to Yuri a bit more, especially after she gave me that book. However, she seems to be focused on her own book. I'm worried I might just distract her. As she lifts it up to turn the page. Bah! I get a glimpse at the cover. It's the same book that she gave me, and it looks like she's only just started it. Ah! Oh, damn. I hope she doesn't think I was staring at her. Our eyes meet, but her eyes dart away quickly. Sorry. No, it's fine. I was looking at you, too. I didn't mean to stare. I was just spacing out a bit. Oh. Well, if I had been actually concentrating, I wouldn't have noticed. I meant to ask, though. Isn't that the book you gave me? Mm-hmm. It's one of my favorites, so I thought I'd give it another read-through. Not for any other reason, I assure you. Okay. I see. But why do you have 2 copies of the same book? Ah. Well, I know I lent you the book yesterday, but I figured you might feel more comfortable with your own copy. I know that I always feel more at ease when I'm handling my own belongings. If an accident happens, there's less at stake than if you damage someone else's property, so... Yeah. It'd be like that. You know, you think you trust someone, But in high school, I remember I lent some of my Pokemon games to a friend of mine. Um, and I was like, I transferred all my Pokemon off of it. You can start a new save file. I lent him Platinum and Soul Silver, which are two of my favorite Pokemon games. And I was like, man, you got to get back into Pokemon and play these. And he's like, yeah, I will. Um, and like he started them for a little bit, but I guess he got bored and didn't get back to him. And by the time I was like, all right, man, if you're not playing through them, can I have them back? He was like, I can't find them anymore. And I never got those games back. And no, he didn't steal them so he could own them. Like, he legit, like, he thinks his mom took them and did something with them or something because she didn't know that they weren't his. But yeah, you can trust someone, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be sufficiently respectful of your property. It'd be like that. You'd probably be less clumsy than I am, though. I think I'm traumatized with Yuri. Just when I see her eyes up there out of the corner of my eyes while I'm looking down here, I keep expecting them to like turn into the weird, too realistic eyes that it does in DDLC. I know it's not going to do that, but I keep expecting it to happen. Yuri, ever the graceful girl, thinks that she's clumsy? Nah, I'm pretty sure I'm just as clumsy as you, if not more so. Oh, right. Anyway, after our meeting adjourned yesterday, I went to the bookstore to get you... Best to say, I forgot I already had a copy and accidentally bought another, and it seemed like a waste to just hold on to it. Could you have just returned it, though? They'd already closed, so... I mean, you could have returned it today. There's something fairly obvious here that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decided to let it go. I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm glad that you gave it to me. I'll get started on it right away. That makes me happy to hear. Sorry, just gotta get some carbon out of my joints. You know what I'm saying? It's the kind of story that really draws you in. If you're not careful, you can lose track of time very easily. Not like this one. I'll be honest, Blue Skies kind of drags sometimes. A lot of scenes could be trimmed down significantly. Like this one. I know I've opened it for some light reading before, but only to close it to find out the sun's rising. I'm sure that won't happen to you, though. You'll be able to get enough sleep as usual. That is, unless you generally find yourself lacking in sleep, in which case you should get to bed earlier. But you can do whatever you want. I don't mean to overstep my bounds. Ooh. Heh, don't worry about it, Yuri. I'll be sure to read it earlier in the day. Do you mind telling me a bit more about it? Oh, I'd love to. Now where do I begin? Yuri delicately closes the book, her eyes scanning the cover. Well, actually... Are you sure you want her to tell you about a book that you're going to start reading? That you're going to continue reading? Like, how do you even discuss it? She would just tell you spoilers. I don't think I could give an adequate explanation on my own. If I were to tell you more about the story than I did yesterday, it would lose a lot of its impact. Forgive me if it sounds like I'm brushing you off. That's not what I intended. It's alright, Yuri. Come to think of it. You did summarize it well enough already. Yes. I'm sorry, it seems I get lost in my own mind whenever I talk about these kinds of stories. Do you have anything like that, Cheese? I guess so. Yuri nods with a delicate smile. Everyone has a deeply held interest that stirs the passion within their heart. I suppose for me, it would be my novels and... Yuri cuts herself off. As though she were about to say something she didn't want to. Well, you know what I mean. What got you into these sorts of stories, though? I gestured towards the book in her arms. Do your parents enjoy them as well? Yuri pauses for a moment, shyly looking down at her feet. She seems to be going over what she wants to say in her head. I've always had an interest in the macabre. This genre can easily throw you for a loop. While many stories are simply content to introduce the antagonist and condition the reader to root against them, books like this one can find ways to flip the narrative on its head. So while you might initially find yourself relating to the protagonist, you might suddenly find out that they're their own worst enemy. I'm rambling, aren't I? Yuri, you literally only said like 5 sentences. You're fine. Please forgive me. I really should try to think about others more. Ooh-woo. Did she really ooh-woo? No, she just oohed. I thought she ooh-wooed for a second. Yuri, I promise, I'm not mad at you. You're just passionate, which is pretty cool. I think Yuri is a pretty cool girl. She's passionate about horror and doesn't afraid of anything. Is it? For a brief moment, a tiny smile teases at the corner of Yuri's mouth. Teases? Is that the verb you want to use? Okay. Well, I'll try not to worry about it too much. But sometimes I get distracted when I think about books and writing. I forget where I am and start speaking my mind. So please forgive me if I say anything unusual. And if I seem like I'm not paying attention, please let me know. I really don't think you need to worry about that, Yuri. This is a literature club after all. Isn't that the sort of thing we should be discussing anyway? Ah, I suppose so. Sorry, I'm so used to discussing manga because it's literature. So says Natsuki. So on that note, would you like to read a bit together? You don't need to force yourself to spend time with me if you don't want to. But what if I do? You'd really spend your time with me? What could possibly attract you to me? Of course, Yuri. Book in hand, I slide into the desk next to Yuri. Ah! Is everything okay? Yes. I'm terribly sorry, Cheese. I'm just not too accustomed to reading in company. It's usually been a solitary affair for me, you see. Yeah, I can understand how this might seem a bit unsettling for you. If it gets too overwhelming, let me know. I won't be offended if you need some space. Alright. I open up the book, allowing the hardcover to flop against the desk. As I read through the prologue, I notice Yuri glancing over at my book. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't comforting in a way, but it's somewhat distracting. I'm sorry. I hope I wasn't distracting you. Yuri, quit reading my internal monologue. Yuri, why do you apologize all the time? You've really done nothing wrong. Do I? I can't help it, I suppose. It's like an involuntary reflex. If I preemptively apologize, it'll lessen both my disappointment in myself as well as others' disapproval of me. If you say so. I didn't mean to make things so awkward. Sorry. I mean... It's okay, don't worry about it. How about we do this? I push our 2 desks together, then slide my book between the 2 of them. I suppose that'll work. Yuri puts her own copy away and shifts a bit closer to me. I steady the right side of the book between my thumb and forefinger, and Yuri does the same with the other side. Perfect! The work of professionals, ha! Sorry, I don't know why I quoted that of all things. Remember when Cheese Louise said he wouldn't try to reference things all the time while he was streaming? Remember when he said that? Now we can both go through it at the same pace. Yes. Can we all agree that that Natsuki's CG is way better than this one? This is fine. There's nothing like wrong with the drawing or anything. But it's just kind of plain, whereas the Natsuki one is so cute. Saria one's pretty cute too. Saria one's pretty cute too. 1 words. The 2 of us are huddled together closely over the book, carefully reading it. I can see Yuri's gentle face in my peripheral vision. She has a stern, focused expression, her eyes slowly scanning each page. Do you need a bit more time with this page? Sorry, I guess I'm not really too quick of a reader. Same, I'm such a slow reader. Don't get me started. I look over, and our gazes meet. There's a koi sparkling to her eyes. Ah, it's quite alright, Cheese. We can go at whatever pace you're comfortable with. Never mind. After all, you've been so patient with me today. Okay, that is a good smile, though. I'll give her that. That is a very good side glance. It'd only be fair for me to return the favor, wouldn't it? Thanks. I'll try not to take too long. Two of us continue reading in relative silence. Even though we're so quiet, each turn of the page feels as though we're connected. As I let go of the page, it gently floats over to her, and she delicately slides it under her thumb. Jeez. Having been absorbed by the story, Yuri reels me back in. So sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. It's fine, what were you going to say? Well, I suppose I just wanted to thank you for this. You can't thank me and smile like that. What the heck? What are you trying to do to me, Yuri? I'd always hoped I could find someone to share my interest in books with. I've never really had anyone to read with me before. Having someone else be there is nice. Really? I would have thought you'd at least done some reading with your family. Yes, I did when I was younger, but... She trails off, not finishing the thought. I decide not to press her further on it right now. Yuri takes a slow, deep breath. I'm just happy that you're here for me. With me. Not that I wouldn't want you to be there for me or anything, but... Is that really a significant difference, Yuri? With you or for you? Oh, I can't believe I've messed things up again. Wait, Yuri! I don't think you've done anything wrong. If anything, I think of that as a compliment. You too? Sure, if I'm being honest, I enjoy your company as well. Okay, everyone. I forgot what my Monica voice is. Okay, everyone. I think it's about time we shared today's poems with each other. We might not have enough time if we wait too long. Oh. Yuri sighs dejectedly, looking down at the floor. Is that alright, Yuri? You look kind of down. I'm sorry if you haven't been looking forward to this. Yeah, it's not that. Don't worry about me. I'm alright. Yuri lets go of the book and closes the cover, handing it back to me. We got through a fair bit today, didn't we? Do you mind if I continue a bit further on my own? Or would you prefer if I only read it with you? You don't have to limit yourself on my behalf if you want to keep reading. After all, I already finished this story before. Then I guess I'll continue reading a little bit tonight. Then we'll have a bit more to talk about tomorrow. Yes, that's a good idea, Cheese. Just be sure you let me know how far you get so I can avoid spoilers for you. Alright. I skim through the book to find the page we left off on, fold it in slightly to mark for later. No, don't dog-ear it! Use a bookmark, you Philistine! By the way, you did remember to write a poem, right? Nope. Get out of here. Oh. Dang it. Slurp. Alright, we'll go Yuri first. Yuri seems the most experienced, so I should start with her. I can trust her opinion, to be fair. Yuri's eyes seem to sparkle as she reads my poem. My goodness, this is unparalleled! Really, Yuri? I think that might be a bit much. Oh, forgive me. If that didn't sound sincere, you just scored 20 out of 20 Yuri points. Yuri first covers her mouth, but then ends up covering her whole face. That's not covering your face. Ooh. Don't sweat it, Yuri. I just wasn't expecting to hear such a compliment from you already. I see. Yuri clears her throat. Well, I just wanted to say, it's truly an impeccable poem. It checks all of my boxes. It confirms all my biases. Yuri glances down at my poem. Down back at my poem. So I assume this isn't your first piece, am I correct? Your composition incorporated a lot of beautiful poetic devices and imaginary imagery indicative of an experienced writer. Well, I hate to disappoint, but this is kind of my first time doing this sort of thing. You're joking, right? I shake my head. If I ended up writing a good poem, it's totally coincidental, I'm afraid. You know, you shove 20 words in a blender, sometimes you make pasta. I'm not sure if that made sense. I see. But well, in that case, I think you've got a wonderful gift. Although, if you'd like, I could offer you some advice for... I could offer you some advice for your future poems? Bleeder black. Yuri's eyes light up, as though she's been looking forward to this. Please do. I need all the help I can get. Haha. I just noticed a few qualities consistent with newer writers that showed up in your poem. Yuri. That... Okay. This is all dialogue, but... Oops. I skipped your poem. I didn't mean it! You really think so? That might be a bit much, Cheese. No, I really mean it. Whatever I said. I think I could learn something from your poetry, Yuri. Really? Yeah, of course. You know, at first the prospect of sharing my writing was terrifying, but I'm really glad I was able to do it. Hopefully I can write another piece you'll like, Cheese. I'll look forward to it, Yuri. Natsuki. Uh-oh. Cheese, if you're actually not going to try, then you're better off just leaving the club. Natsuki, please. Cheese, you don't beat around the bush, do you? Why should I? This is just plain bad. Hey, do I look like a writer? This is my first ever poem. Jeez. Natsuki, you don't gotta be like Eevee when I play Tetris. Use nice words. Use kind words. Yeah, it's probably garbage, but I still tried. If you're so confident, let's see the first poem you wrote, huh? Hard to think about? Fine. I'm sorry if you were offended by my offensive word designed to offend. Way to avoid a direct apology. But next time, at least try a little bit harder. Nowhere to go but up, eh? Yeah, sure, whatever. Just read my poem. Knowing you'll probably hate it. Yeah, it's fine, Natsuki. Sayori. Okay, well. What do you say, Monica? Good work, Cheese. Really? You can lay the brutal truth on me if you want. Like Natsuki. You don't have to be so harsh on yourself. This is your first time writing poetry, isn't it? That it is. Usually it takes a while for people to become completely comfortable with their writing. And even then, they're constantly evolving their style and changing things up. I guess that's true. Either way, you shouldn't have high expectations for me. If you don't, my poems will seem better when I actually put some effort in. Anyway, blah. I mutter that line half-jokingly to myself, but it seems like Monica's still picked up on it. Cheese! That's not very fair. More importantly, though, you should have some faith in yourself. Well, it's hard when Natsuki's ragging on me like that. Sorry. Anyway, about your poem, the subject was deeper than I expected out of you. You just don't understand the troubled genius of my angst-ridden mind. That might have been so. I guess we have two troubled angsty geniuses in this club, then. You're talking about Yuri, right? You wrote in a style very similar to Yuri's. Her writing is full of imagery and symbolism. A little too full, if you ask me. Sorry, no, we like Yuri today. While Sayori and Natsuki like to use simple, direct words to communicate their messages, Yuri likes to use complex diction and syntax to allow readers to derive their own meanings out of it. In other words, her vocabulary and sentence structure are usually quite involved. Huh, yeah, that sounds like her alright. It might be a bit tough to understand her writing at first. But what seems opaque actually has very deep meanings behind it. Yeah, the themes of Yuri's poems were definitely hard to even figure out. She sounds like the sort of person an English teacher would love. Don't worry, Cheese. If you just give her writing a few read-throughs, I'm sure you can find they're far from incomprehensible. I don't wanna. So you say. Are you sure that my writing's similar to hers? I think it's an understatement to say I'm nowhere near her level yet. Don't worry so much about that. Do your own thing. Just keep exploring and learn by trying new things. Okay, bye. Bah. So short. So short, these time skips. This is the kind of thing that only works on amateurs like Cheese. Ouch. I don't like where this conversation is headed. Natsuki! What are you doing? Natsuki. Bite your hair. Writing this way doesn't make you look cool or smart, okay? It just makes you look super pretentious. If you write with a thesaurus open next to you, you're just going to alienate everyone. Well, that's not true, actually, Natsuki. It is good to have a thesaurus next to you when you're writing. Otherwise, you get, by this point, 3 times in a row in a single paragraph. Cough. Using all these big words to make up for the lack of depth. Poetry isn't about impressing people, so you can just stop. Holy crap. We're gonna skip. Let's defer to Monica. I think we've deferred to both in the past, so. Nice pun. Did you even realize? What? Judge a book by its cover? Huh? Fun? I mean about the book comment? Oh, and this is a literature club. You shouldn't judge a literature club by its cover. Geez, looks like the club's really starting to rub off on me, isn't it? Sayori might be known as a bit of an airhead, but sometimes she can really notice things that others don't. I wonder, what's it really like inside her head? Well, we're not going to find out. Even though I am confident in my Yuri poem writing skills, I'm still gonna save. Starscape. Vivacious. Massacre. Tragedy. No, Yuri! I mean, Sayori! You ruined my perfect Yuri poem. I'm reloading. Despise. Horror. Contamination. Uncontrollable. Sensation. Nightgown. No! Natsuki! Where's my... No. I need perfect Yuri score. Heaven sent. Judgment. Incongruent. Eternity. Misfortune. Vivacious. Melancholy. So, Sayori was misfortune? Universe. Disaster. Day of crisis. Existence. My count is Natsuki. Vivid. Uncontrollable. Variance. Mausoleum. Agonizing. or no, Sayori. You know what? It's fine. We I at least got to 10. Disoriented. Electricity. Effulgent. You know what? I'm actually gonna Google effulgent.
Effulgent.
Shining brightly, radiant. I see. Frightening. Unrestrained. Essence. Doki Doki Doki. Dang it. I had a feeling. I don't think any of those words were Yuri. Intellectual. Pleasure. Alright, so we got 2 Sayori words, but that's okay. Da 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 da, drink some soda, pop pop pop. Bah. Hello, Yuri. Oh. Hello, Cheese. Yuri places the book she was reading down on her desk. I'm not interrupting you or anything, am I? Oh no, not at all. Were you open to continue reading together? Well, yes, actually. Would that be alright? Oh, of course. Before we get started, would it be alright if I made some tea? Sure, what did you have in mind? Perhaps I could show you? Yuri stands up and drifts towards the back of the room. She opens up the cupboards and retrieves a glass pitcher. I'll just be a moment. Is that alright? No! Yeah, take your time. Yuri turns to leave, but then suddenly wheels back. Oh, I almost forgot. There's an electric kettle in the cupboard here. Would you mind plugging it in for me while I'm gone? Sure, see you in a bit. Oh, this is where it starts. She's gonna take a little bit too long, isn't she? This time she leaves the classroom for real. She's nervously clutching the water pitcher, yet she still appears to make long, elegant strides. It's really quite astonishing to see. She almost looks graceful. Oh, where'd Yuri run off to? You didn't scare her away, did you? Hashtag Monica pose. TM. What? No. At least I don't think so. I'm just teasing you, Cheese. Right. That's not really what I'd call a good joke, but I don't argue. You know, teasing isn't always about jokes. It's about getting a reaction. But like, a mild enough reaction that you're not actually hurting feelings. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Yuri wanted to make some tea, so she went to fetch some water. I see! Yuri's very proud of her tea set. Has she shown it to you yet? Oh, is that what she calls them? I mean, no, not yet. Wait, what? Maybe we should ask her about it. Tea is a big passion of hers, so I'm sure she'd be happy to talk about it a bit. Who knows? Maybe it'll help you get closer to her. Eh? Monica giggles. I'm just messing with you again, Cheese. My sensors don't indicate that you're on Yuri route or anything. At that moment, the door of the classroom opens and Yuri walks back in with a full water pitcher. Ah, speak of the devil! Well, I won't keep you any further. I won't keep you any further. Have fun with Yuri! Monica walks away and Yuri approaches me. I like my door opening and closing sound effects. I don't know if you guys can even hear that. Is everything alright? I'm sorry for taking so long. You're fine. Monica was just telling me about your tea set. Ah! A delicate smile plays across Yuri's face. Yes, would you like to see it? Already? We've only known each other for 2 days, Yuri! Monica must have been telling the truth. She looks genuinely excited to share this with me. I'd be happy to, Yuri. Cheese, do you like oolong tea? Diabug. I don't have a I don't really have a preference. I'm sure whatever you give me will be fine. Very well. Yuri sets the temperature on the electric kettle to 200 degrees. Then she begins measuring out leaves into a strainer. Monica wasn't kidding. You must really enjoy this, huh? Yuri smiled shyly, blushing slightly. Yes, besides reading, tea is a true passion of mine. Words. A piping hot cup of tea alongside a gripping novel? Doesn't that sound wonderful? Yeah, I guess it does. I have to admit, it's kind of fascinating seeing you be so exact with everything. Tea is an art, Cheese. It's a delicate dance where each step must be perfect. Even the temperature of water needs to be precisely 200 degrees. Really? The tea I make when I haphazardly plop a tea bag in boiling water seems fine to me. But then again, I guess Yuri... Wait, did he say that out loud? No, he didn't. But then again, I guess Yuri's making tea with higher-grade ingredients. Once the water is boiled, Yuri adds it to the pot and carefully steeps the tea leaves. She hums to herself delicately and pours out a cup for each of us. It's nice seeing you like... It's nice seeing you like this. What do you mean? Ah, you just seem so relaxed. Like you're in the zone. I see. That's what you mean. Expressing myself really isn't as hard as I thought it'd be. I'm glad I get to do this sort of thing with someone else. Especially someone as delightful as yourself, Cheese. Eh? No one's ever called me delightful before. I'm sorry if that sounded weird. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. It's really okay, Yuri. I want to do all of this with you. It's kind of new for me as well. Maybe a bit of company will make it easier for on both of us. Yes. Thank you for being so patient with me, Cheese. Yuri doesn't really have much self-confidence. The least I can do is let her be herself a little. Maybe over time she'll grow more comfortable around others. Cheese, would it be okay if we sat on the floor today? Hang on. I need to check something here real quick. Interesting. When I was multicasting yesterday, Twitch allowed me to stream in 1080p, but also the video player would allow me to adjust the resolution to something else. But now I'm directly streaming to Twitch. I'm not multicasting today, so we shouldn't crash. But it doesn't allow me to adjust the resolution. It's stuck at 1080. That's odd. Maybe that's like an extra benefit to Streamlabs, is it provides that feature. I don't know. Cheese, would it be okay if we sat on the floor today? I don't see why not. Any particular reason why, though? Oh, I just want a new CG, that's all. I can rest against the wall and read instead of leaning over my desk. I have enough back pain, so it'd be a little easier on me. Oh, sure, I don't mind. Hello, back pain. Thank you. Sometimes it can be a real bother to have. That is to say, based on how she's acting, I think I can guess what she might be referring to, but confirming that would probably make her feel even more embarrassed. You're not allowed to acknowledge these things, Yuri. This is a family-friendly channel. Family-friendly channel. Family-friendly channel. You mean you have terrible reading posture, right? I can't imagine hunching over your books like that so much. It's just too comfortable. Yes! That's exactly what I was going to say. Both of my reading postures, I mean... Dang it. So, if I were to sit on the floor... Yeah, that makes sense. Let me just get the book. I retrieved the novel alongside a small bag of chocolates. Yuri carries our teacups and places them on the ground, sliding down to the floor. Soon enough, the two of us are in the same position as yesterday, each holding one side of the story. Would it be okay if... Yuri shifts closer to me until our shoulders are touching. You don't want to ask the question instead of just doing it? Her thick purple hair flops over my arms as she peers over the book. I think I like Yuri being a bit more assertive. Here. Yuri reaches over with a free hand and presents me with my teacup. I carefully accept, taking great care to avoid her chest as I do so. How come? Why not? I slowly let go of the book and raise the teacup. Yuri subconsciously moves her hand underneath it to better balance the book between us. Her gaze is completely focused on the pages below. It's almost as if you can see the story being scanned word by word in her eyes. As she continues, I take a sip from my teacup. It has a soothing floral flavor, and it smells wonderful. Yuri wasn't kidding. This really is quite relaxing. Once I finish my tea, I take a chocolate from my bag and fiddle with the wrapper. After I've clumsily disposed of it, I plop it into my mouth. I got some chocolates here. Would you like one? Oh, I appreciate the offer, but I don't want to accidentally get smudges on the page. That's a good point. Sorry, I hadn't thought of that. My bad. Oh, it's quite alright. I can hold the book for us if you'd like. Oh, I suppose this CG is more comparable to the Natsuki one. Oh wow, the particles actually move. Did they do that in the original? I don't remember that. It's a nice effect. Yuri grabs the other side of the book and holds it between us. Before I know it, she's transfixed in the story again. I don't think she's noticed, but her arm's resting on top of my leg. I take another chocolate from the bag and raise it up to Yuri's mouth. Without looking away, she parts her lips. I don't know if she even realizes she's doing it, but she's expecting it now. I have to follow through. I gotta. Hang on, I'm gonna try an experiment here real quick. See if that changes anything. I just changed the title of the stream to not include the number. I'm curious if that'll bring more visitors that were browsing the Doki Doki tag. Because there's always people browsing the Doki Doki tag. I timidly place chocolate in Yuri's mouth. As she continues to read, she closes her lips around it. Huh? Look at those wide eyes. Looks like she's just realized what happened. But what? Jeez. Yuri blushes deeply, looking up at me. Sorry. I wasn't really thinking. No. You're trying to make me feel more comfortable, right? Yeah. Suddenly I feel really nervous. Yeah? I just thought you might like some. Yes. If that's the case, then I wouldn't mind another, if that's alright with you, of course. Totally! Ree tries to look back at the book, but I can tell she's unable to focus on it. I can feel my heart trying to beat out of my chest. Things have gotten really tense. I reach down and take another chocolate, but this time Yuri's eyes meet mine. Was this how things were supposed to go? Yuri doesn't look away. There's a soft pleading in her eyes as she blinks slowly. I raise my arm. Ah. Like before, Yuri parts her lips. However, this time, it feels a lot more intimate. Alright, so they did it on purpose this time. Breath is gentle and warm on my fingers as I place the chocolate in her mouth. Okay, well, what do we have here? What? Ah! Yuri jolts back. Sorry, I didn't mean to make things awkward. The script said I had to be here. What do you want? We do need to share poems now, though. Is that okay? Yes, of course. Great. Get things put away and you can join us shortly. Boy, Monica doesn't skip a beat. Yuri and I sit there dumbfounded. I guess I can take care of the teacups. Yeah. Yuri picks up the teacups from the floor. I pick up the bag of chocolates. Blah. Without another word, the two of us clean everything up. I don't know if either of us will have the courage to bring this up in the future. Probably not, coward. Let's see what you've written for today. Look at those eyes. She's thinking about what happened. Well, now she's not. Yuri stares at the poem with a surprised expression on her face. Do you like it? Jeez, I'm stunned. How's it possible you're already this skilled at writing? My boxes are so checked right now. It was but a day ago that I was trying to give you advice, and you've already seemed to master it. Well, I mean, you were already calling me a master with my first poem. Perhaps you're a good teacher. Wait, do you actually get special dialogue if you get a perfect 20 out of 20? Never really thought about that. I really took your advice to heart and tried to compose a great piece with that in mind. Yuri visibly swallows. She coils a slender lock of her hair around her finger, twiddling it nervously. You thought of me? Sorry, was that weird? No. Ooh, ow, how do I word this? It's fine, take your time. Yuri breathes and collects her thoughts. I know that Yuri likes to think before she speaks, so I offer that patience to her. I'm not used to this sort of thing. Having someone value my opinion like that. You'll have to tell me how it feels, Yuri. I know it might sound foolish, but the fact that I was able to inspire you is incredibly humbling. And I suppose, in a way, it just makes me really happy. Wait, surely you've shared your writing with others before, right? Yuri shakes her head. Seriously? You're really talented. So I would have thought you'd have shown your writing to others. I primarily write for myself. And besides, I highly doubt people would seriously enjoy my writing. Do you really think that? Yuri nods solemnly. You really haven't shared it with anyone else? Not even your close friends? Your many close friends outside of the club, Yuri? Yuri doesn't respond to that. I wonder why. Weird. Anyway. Can I look at your poem now? Yeah. Yes, of course. If you really want to see it. Resist. A whimsical, tiny... Wait, what is this word? Ceres? What? Chat? Do you know what this word is? I cannot read her cursive. Whimsical, tiny... something friend. I-S-E-R... So, is that a word? Is that just a word I don't know? Ceres, a bright, deep red color. Okay, I guess it is Ceres. I just didn't know the word, so I thought I was reading it wrong. Okay. A whimsical, tiny Ceres friend. Oh, by the way, Ceres means...
Cerise.
Cerise, I mean. A bright, deep red color. Did I say that already? Oh, alright. Oh. Cerise. Sleeps along my amber bookend, dreaming about a sanguine day, where mirrored, slender lampposts play. She beckons me, her hand extends, piercing pupils readily send, azure channels bend and twist, cautiously held above the wrists. However, she finds her advances shunned, always crackling, always stunned, never able to draw the lance. Across my arms, she's never danced. Shut up about your arms, Yuri. Perhaps it would be for the best if I laid her down to rest, whilst I haven't given in to painful pleading from within. I think that it might be smart to save the song of fumbling hearts, lest tears make me dizzily fall, and answer her violent call. Boy, Yuri, I wonder what you're writing about. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, just get out of here. Did I already read? Have I read that poem before? I don't remember it at all. But all of Yuri's poems are kind of a blur. They're not memorable like Natsuki's and Sayori's and Monika's. Neither in this or in the original. There aren't many people in the world like you, Cheese. When I share my writing with you, I feel you genuinely care about what I have to say. It's nice having someone who listens. That might be a bit much to say, wouldn't it? It's just, I'm not really used to it. I rarely feel comfortable about my writing, let alone with the idea of sharing it. But with you, it just feels so easy. It's nice. Thank you for helping me with that, Cheese. It's nothing, really. Yuri shows me a genuine smile. A newfound sense of self-confidence seems to sparkle behind her eyes, if only for just a moment. Natsukers. Say your mean words. Well, it's better than your last one. But I still don't like it. Well, it's not for you. It's trying too hard to be serious. Huh? What do you mean? Poems don't need cryptic and deep sounding to be good. Missing a noun in there, Natsuki. It'll just sound super dumb if you don't suck at it. It'll sound dumb if you don't suck at it? I mean, if you do suck at it? Honestly, don't try to write like this until you're on Yuri's level. Natsuki pauses as if she just realized something. Oh, don't tell me. You're just writing this to impress Yuri, aren't you? Well, objectively and technically, yes. What? No. I'm not trying to impress anybody. I'm just writing. I'm just a little guy. I'm just writing. Yeah, writing exactly how Yuri would write if she were bad. She would love crap like this. This. You know what? No. Natsuki shoves my poem back at me. I don't want to do this with you anymore. Natsuki, if you wrote a poem for someone else, don't show it to me. I mean... fair. Well, that just happened. I guess this was destined to happen. I never really understood what Natsuki tries to get out of me. At least she wasn't the girl I was trying to impress. No, I can definitely understand how Yuri stans don't like Natsuki. If you went Yuri route first, in Literature Club and in this, Natsuki does not come off in a very positive light. So I can definitely see why people wouldn't necessarily like her. But if you're like me and you do Natsuki first, then she's the best. Yeah, you keep flapping your arms, Sayori. Sorry, you gotta deal with your depression on your own today. Is she still angry with Yuri? It wouldn't be out of character for her to be. Although, judging by Monika and Sayori's anxious expressions, I feel like something else is amiss. So, Natsuki, if I may... Oh wait, this is old. Old news. Bum ba dum ba dum. Sodi time. Boy, the game really heard me say that and then was like, oh, skip time's over. He's made the effort to get to know us and our individual writing styles. She turns to Yuri. And Yuri, remember at the start when he asked you for book recommendations? Yuri nods and Monica shoots her a knowing smile. Must have been lovely being able to share a book you're so passionate about with a new person, right? Yes, it was enjoyable discussing it with you, Cheese. Yeah, likewise. It isn't something I'd normally read, so without you, it would have gone by unnoticed. See, guys? Maybe we'll find more people who are just as into horror, Yuri. More like-minded people. Now come on, tell me that isn't an appealing idea. Yes, of course, but really my biggest issue is the actual performance aspect of the festival. Ah, that's what they were talking about. Well, like I said, I know it's a scary thought performing in front of a bunch of strangers. But trust me when I say I have full faith in you, in all of you. Your poems are amazing, guys. I just know people will love them. It's almost criminal not to show them off. So what do you guys think? Blah, blah, blah. Doki Doki Doke. I was thinking that I would have to BRB for a minute. Because my stomach was... Or my lower intestines, rather, were making me feel things. But it passed. So, don't need to BRB right now. Well, I would walk home with Yuri. Walking home with Yuri, huh? Why does the thought of that make my heart pound? I mean, given how hard it is for her to socialize, it would feel awful turning her down, so... Isn't she so beautiful and smart? That has nothing to do with what I just said. Haha, you admitted it. Jeez. There's not even any point in speculating something that's never going to happen. Well, maybe. But I just like to think about it. Don't you think that maybe she'd be more fun to walk home? More fun to walk home with? I frowned. Where did this come from? What? I mean, could be interesting, I guess. But even if I did walk with her, it's not like she'd be replacing you or anything. Everyone is different. Nobody in the club is a replacement for you. If you say so. Conversation trails off and I'm left feeling awkward. But it was kind of her fault for trapping me with such a weird question. I can't just lie to her. But if there's something that makes her happy, I would hate to take that away from her. That's why I said there's no point in speculating. Sayori and I part ways without saying another word. Oh. Skip. Sad house. Doki 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 Doke. Alright, let's see if we can get another 20. Extraordinary. No! I have to at least get the first 10. Uncontrollable. Contamination. Abstract. Variance. Inferno. Philosophy. Hey, none of these are your words. Except for maybe Valentine? Maybe flea is? Flea. Ah. Effulgent. You know, I already looked that up today, but I already forgot what it meant.
Effulgent.
Shining brightly radiant. Okay, okay. I'll remember this time, I promise. He lied. Doom, boom, 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 boom. Horror. Unrestrained. Bah. Vitality is a Sayori word, isn't it? Tenacious. Disarray. I feel like extraordinary was a Sayori word too. Incapable. We're so close. No, not depression. Actually, I think in the original depression it's a Sayori word, but in this it's a Yuri word. I'm not sure. Essence. Massacre. Vivacious. Yuri would be portrait, right? Because portrait of Markov. Portrait. Aw, heck yeah, we're so close. Captive. Landscape. Alright, we're almost there. We almost got that perfect score. Insight? Insight, right? Insight, yes. Got that perfect Yuri score. Let's go. Hang on, I have to do something real quick. Lol. I did it. Okay. Skip. I probably could let it skip while I was doing that. Not paying attention, she's... Streamer, pay attention to the game! Streamer! For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. No one watches these streams, though. I glance around the room. Suddenly, I notice that Yuri is peering over her book at me. Realizing that she's staring, she timidly hides behind her book. Did she overhear the stuff about Sayori? Perhaps she can help. I walk over to where Yuri is sitting and slide into the desk next to her. I'm sorry if I was distracting you. I didn't mean to stare at you like that. Yuri, it's okay. You're not bothering me at all. She sighs, appearing somewhat relieved. I see. Well, I couldn't help but notice you were deep in thought. Is there something on your mind, Cheese? Well, yes, actually, but how could you tell? She gently flicks her page and her book back and forth, rubbing her thumb gingerly against the corners. I'm usually alone with my thoughts. Lost in thoughts all alone. Something, I can't remember the rest of the lyrics. So, I know what to look for. And not that I was specifically watching you or anything. Oh dear, I hope you don't think that's weird of me. It's okay. Yuri, I'll tell you a secret. Sometimes people look at other people. It's true. I've done it myself. I've looked at people. And sometimes people look at ferrets. Sometimes ferrets look at people. It's true. I don't know. Don't worry about it. I think being so perceptive is kind of cool. Perhaps you could help me with something, Yuri. Her curiosity piqued. She folds the page she was reading slightly to mark it for later, then shuts the book and turns to me. Yuri would not dog-ear. Yuri would not dog-ear her book. Take it back. Are you sure I'm the right person for that? I do. You seem to have your head on right, so you'll probably give me great advice. Yeah. I see. Well, I'll do my best, I suppose. Okay, so I guess the main issue is actually, have you noticed anything up with Sayori? Sayori? She glances over to Sayori, who's totally oblivious to what's happening around her. Yeah, she just seems really different, you know? Like she's not herself. I tried to ask her about it. She just told me she was tired, but I'm not so sure. Yuri idly taps her book with her finger, apparently thinking things over. That must be quite worrying for you. I'm sorry she's not feeling well. I'm sorry to hear she's not feeling well. Words, mouth, words. Forgive me if this isn't an appropriate question, but do you mind me asking how long you've known each other? Gosh, as long as I can remember, really. We hung out a lot as kids, but As we got older, we kind of drifted apart. Since I've been coming to the club, though, I've had the opportunity to spend a bit more time with her. Yuri nods contemplatively. Say that 5 times fast. Contemplatively, 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 contemplatively. I think I said some of those wrong. Contemplatively. Okay, well, perhaps she doesn't feel comfortable sharing what's ailing her. That's not to say she doesn't think of you as a good friend. You just, haven't really seen much of each other recently, have you? Oh, forgive me if that sounds too harsh. I place my hand on Yuri's shoulder. She tenses up for a split second, but quickly eases down again. Yuri, trust me. If you're bothering me, I tell you. You need to stop apologizing so much. It's really okay. Sorry, I mean... I let out a soft laugh. She's very sincere. It's quite endearing. I understand where you're coming from, though. Perhaps I'll need to work my way up to that level of connection with her again. Mary folds her arms and tilts her head to the side, allowing her long violet hair to droop down over the desk. Geez, have you heard of the proverb about our 3 masks? I don't think I have. Well, to put it simply, every person has 3 different faces. The first is how we present ourselves to people in public, strangers, passerby, that sort of thing. The second is how we present ourselves to our close friends and family, the ones we hold dear to our heart. And the last is reserved only for oneself. It's the truest representation of our being that no one else can possibly interpret. Man, if people don't like my first mask, I don't even want to know what they would think about my third mask. That's actually pretty amazing. Yuri truly seems to know what she's talking about. Notice that I said how we present ourselves, not how we feel? I think that perhaps the way Sayori acts and the way she feels aren't necessarily the same. I think I understand, but what makes you bring that up? The slicked back hair? Okay. Yeah, it's like this sometimes. How you doing, Mega Milk? You felt as though something wasn't right from the beginning, correct? Maybe your intuition is trying to guide you toward that conclusion on its own? Suave cheese, okay. I don't know if I'd say I'm suave, but thank you. The first time I wore this hair, first time I had my hair like this was my first Doki Doki Blues Skies stream, and it was on Valentine's Day, so I was like, I'm all gussied up for a date with chat, because it's Valentine's Doki, I don't know. That was my thought process. There was an attempt. Maybe your intuition was trying to guide you towards that conclusion on its own. The date costume, I see. Yeah. Speaking of costumes, I should be getting myself some new clothes at some point. Not that they're on the way, but I should start taking steps to get them on the way. Of course, that's just my perspective. It's entirely possible that I'm looking too much into it. New threads? Yeah, someday. I mean, spoilers. But my 2-day debut is going to have new threads, so there's that. But I want some new 3D threads as well. Although I must admit, I am curious about her seemingly sudden attitude shift. I wonder what could have caused that. New threads, yeah! Oh, that's a cute emote. Mega Milk Fire. Cute. Yeah, that shows up on the screen too. Yeah. You drew it yourself. Nice! I've been thinking about accepting affiliate and drawing my own emotes soon. But we'll see. Though I must admit, I am curious about her seemingly sudden attitude shift. And I wonder what could have caused that. Hell yeah. I just worry about... I don't want to make people watch commercials. And I feel like that's all that would be accomplished. was now people have to watch commercials to watch my streams. I assume you don't know of any potential events that could have had an impact on her life, do you? Nothing comes to mind, although you said earlier, I'm not sure if she'd tell me anyway. She turns to face me, wearing a plaintive smile. I understand this must be quite frustrating for you, Cheese. You want to help her, but she won't let you. You can make commercials at the beginning of the stream so it's not in the middle. Yeah, but don't people get a commercial, like, when they... Like, if they join part way, don't they have to watch a commercial or something? I don't know. I should look more into it before I start running my mouth about it. I understand this might be quite frustrating for you, Cheese. You want to help her, but she won't let you. But sometimes there's only so much you can do. For now, your best bet would simply be to let her know you're there for her without prying. I'm sure she would open up to you when she feels comfortable doing so. She's lucky to have such a thoughtful person looking out for her. I'll be honest, I use Adblock, so I don't know. Yeah, I use Adblock too, but sometimes it doesn't work on Twitch. But also not everyone does, so you know. I don't know, that's a whole conversation to have, but it is one of my primary reasons for not wanting to accept affiliate yet. So I'll be thinking about it. She's lucky to have such a thoughtful person looking out for her. Some people are good noodles. Yeah. I mean, I mostly get adblock for YouTube. I suppose I could get YouTube Prime, or YouTube Premium, whatever it's called, and, like, do it respectfully, but, yeah. I don't wanna. Like, even on my phone, I use YouTube Advanced. Because, God, ads are so bad. YouTube has ads every 2 minutes, yeah. They do. I just want to listen. I just want to listen while I'm at work. I just want to listen to Amelia Watson do Amelia Watson things. I don't want to listen to an ad for Arby's or whatever. Yeesh. And you can see too, even if you have the ad block, you can see where commercials would have played in the stream. It's like, oh, thank goodness. I'll give her money directly if that's what I want to do. Woof. Friends like that are quite hard to come by these days. Like when you listen to calming stuff and then bam, loud ad. Yeah. Sound balancing is a huge issue on that because a lot of streams are pretty quiet. But loud ads are always like at max volume. Yeesh. Friends like that are quite hard to come by these days. Monica said something similar to me just... Oh, that's not Yuri. Monica said something similar to me just now. I rubbed the back of my neck in embarrassment. You guys give me too much credit. I'm just doing what any friend would do, right? There's nothing extraordinary about what I'm doing for Sayori. So humble. You're just a little humble bundle is what you are. Anyway, so do you mind if we do some reading? Besides, on YouTube you end up watching ads, even with adblock anyway, because now they're integrated into the video. Today's sponsor is Raycon, Raid Shadow Legends, Blue Apron, Healthy Fresh, whatever. No, it's not called Healthy Fresh. What's it called? Hello Fresh. That's what it's called. Hashtag not spawn. I'll be lurking because you have stuff to do. Okay, I appreciate it. Hell Fresh. Hello Fresh. Hollow Fresh. Helso. You alright there? You doing okay, Mega Milk? I can't do anything else for Sayori, so I might as well take my mind off it. Of course. I thought we could carry on with Portrait of Markov. If that's okay with you, that is. Now you're illiterate. I usually just like right click and it'll autocorrect to what I'm typing most of the time. On my computer is really good at that, but my mobile spell checker is terrible. it does not know what words I would want to use. That goes for both my tablet and my phone. If that's okay with you, that is. Yeah, sure, that'll do fine. You messed up your phone's test suggestions so bad. Nice. I think my problem is I haven't messed with my phone's auto text like at all. And I don't use it that much, so it hasn't like automatically picked up on my habits. But before we get into it, I just wanted to say thanks for listening to me, I mean. And thank you, chat, for listening to me ramble and do bad voice acting. You've been super supportive of me, even though this stuff doesn't really have anything to do with you. So I really appreciate it. You're a genuine person, Yuri. Not to mention, you've got a cool taste in literature. I don't know what to say. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, sorry. It's just that you're really mature and insightful, and for someone like me who isn't very good with emotions, you really hit the nail on the head. So sorry, I'm just not really used to people being so nice. I frown. That's kind of surprising. She has giant boobs. I would expect people to be nice to her. Sure, she's a little quiet, but she's really got her heart in the right place. It's okay. I should have been a little more mindful. Shall we start reading? If you don't mind. Thank you, though. Sorry, what I meant to say is she has giant reading posture. Are boobs on my list of words that I'm not allowed to say? I don't even know anymore. Oopa. I'm glad you joined the club, by the way. Ah! That was fast. Yuri! Jeez. It amazes me every time you show me a new composition. Your poetry is phenomenal. I can't fathom how you're able to write this so naturally. My boxes. Oh, my boxes. Oh, they're so checked. That's not an expression people use. I don't know why I keep saying it. The words flow into a dark puddle. I mean, through the next page with vigor. It even makes me feel somewhat jealous. It seems easy for you, whereas I find myself stressing about each piece. Why? You don't even share most of them. Yuri, I don't think that's entirely accurate. I don't have an innate talent at writing, but I do know an incredibly skilled writer whose work motivates me to do my best. And that's you, Yuri. Oh, putting on the schmoves now we are. Oh my goodness. You schmooving on me. My boxes. Yuri gently smiles to herself, closing her eyes. This feeling. I had no idea sharing my poetry would feel like this. It's so freeing. Yeah, it really is. I still can't believe you've never shared your writing before now. I think so many people would love to see your work. Oh, Nightbot, no, you're not supposed to be on the screen. Ah, whatever. I forgot to turn off the bot. Or turn it off in the chat thing. I can do it. I can do it real fast. I'm real good at technology. Oh god. Except for when it forgets that I'm logged in and it makes me log in again. Yep. I can do it. Technology. Alright. Hide bots. We're gonna not hide commands, I guess. I don't know. Commands are fine. Alright, Nightbot shouldn't appear on screen anymore. You say that, but I'm not sure it's that simple. Eh? How so? What do you mean? Well, Yuri looks out the window wistfully. Okay, before I started reading the sentence, I saw whist, and for some reason I thought the sentence was going to say Yuri thrusts out her wrist at me. I was like, whoa! 0 to 100 real quick. I don't want to see your wrists, Yuri. Jeez, do you know what I do in the afternoons? No. I like to find a quiet spot to eat lunch by myself. It's a wonderful time to reflect on things without distraction. In fact, I'm also able to catch up on my reading. Do you know why I enjoy reading so much, Cheese? There's so many amazing types of people within the pages. People who might infatuate you. Or perhaps someone who could make you smile in your darkest moment. It might sound pathetic, but it makes me feel so good. Feel better about my solitude. I don't know why. I don't know why I had to ruin that. It's almost as if I have my own group of friends. Is that weird? I don't have to worry about disappointing them. They don't find joy in deriding me. Like Natsuki? Natsuki, stop it. Girl. And they don't hate me for acting so insufferably pretentious. Oh, well, at least she's aware of it. Yuri, do people really say those things about you? People might think I'm haughty or that I'm a know-it-all. But in actuality, I know nothing useful about the world. I might be able to tell you what defines a Shakespearean sonnet, but I'm totally lost when it comes to socializing. Same. I don't even know how to make myself happy. I have all these feelings, and all I can do with them is read and write. Hey, it's okay, Yuri. All I know how to do with my feelings is play video games and watch anime. So at least you're, like, more sophisticated about it. But it wasn't until now that it became apparent that something was missing. You. Oh, okay. Me? Are you sure? Yes. Daisuke, the fact that you're willing to be patient with me, it really means a lot to me. I know there's so many things wrong with me, Cheese. My diction is irritatingly slow. Oh, is it? I haven't been voicing you like that. And I'm not gonna start. I'm never able to find confidence in my own opinions. And I look for hidden depths where they don't exist. But despite all of that, you didn't leave me like everyone else. They always leave me. Bah. Yuri, quit channeling me. Geez, I can count on one hand the number of people I feel comfortable talking to. I wish my arms aren't plugged in right now. I can't show you on one hand. Dang it. I suppose I could. It would take a minute, though. You're one of those people. And I'm so grateful for that. I see. Well, in my eyes, you're an incredible person. It'd be weird if I didn't treat you nicely, you know? I joined this club hoping to meet some new people. And I'm glad I got to meet you. Yes. I'm glad that I got to meet you too. Yuri hides her face with her hands. However, I notice she's smiling this time. Do you want to show me your poem? Yes! Yes, I do! Let me get it for you. Alright, just don't write about the thing, Yuri. Please. Heartbeat. Pounding eyes. Exasperation. Flowing liquid. Conflagration? Conflagration. Go, go! Conflagration?
Conflagration.
An extensive fire which destroys a great deal of land or property. Okay. Rhythmic pulse of candid blush. Delicate notes. Thoughts that rush. A considerate quail, quietly quelled. Yo, that's good alliteration. I like that. Sleepy ribbons of bliss excelled. Careful hearts are wild and flimsy, patched or broken on ultimate whimsy. Nebulous trails of dainty tracks, final thoughts, no turning back. Irrepressible, fervent, drive to breathe. Kindness calmed, but will never leave. Exalted glow of fluorescent moss, graceful steps of love or loss, Happy thoughts or hidden grief. A cautiously cut crimson leaf. You had to say it, huh, Yuri? Threshing thread of an untamed gaze. Cacophonous chaos of hearts ablaze. Sparkling sounds of silent desire. From strawberry rhythms that never tire. Yuri, do you ever write about anything else? Please. Please. Finishing the poem, I start to hand it back to Yuri. Yuri, I really wanted to like that poem. You just need to pick a different subject matter. But instead of taking it from me, she looks away. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? No, of course not. You're just making me uncomfortable. I just don't really know how I should respond. Despite Yuri's poems usually being cryptic, it wasn't hard to figure out what this one was about. Really? It seems slightly more cryptic than the last one. Maybe it's hypothetical of me, but I'm not sure if I can explain this one. Hypocritical, not hypothetical. Don't worry. The meaning is pretty clear to me. Yuri is having an even harder time speaking than usual. You must have put a lot of thought into this one, huh? Yuri nods. Well, I'm really happy that you showed me this poem, so thank you. And I hope we keep spending time together. A small smile plays across Yuri's lips. I once again try to hand the poem back to her. But instead, Yuri gently takes my hand and pushes them back toward me. Doki 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 doki. I hesitate in response to her warm touch. You can, the poem is... Once again, Yuri fails to form a complete sentence. You mean I can keep it? Yuri nods. I'd love to. Yuri smiles again. There's something so pure about it. You always know what to say, Cheese. Perhaps someday I can make you feel good too. Don't screenshot that. Yeah, I'd like that. Yuri finally turns back toward me. We should probably think about sharing with the others. But I'll see you later, won't I? Yeah, I promise, Yuri. With that, Yuri pivots around on her heel, making her way back to her desk. Alright, lay it on me, Natsuki. Yeah, no thanks. Wait, what? You didn't even... Next! To be fair, Yuri doesn't read your third poem when you're on Natsuki route, so... I opened my mouth to call her out on it, but then I stopped remembering Yuri's words. Perhaps now isn't the best time to ask about whatever's on her mind. It's not like we're best friends nowadays. There's clearly some distance between us, as much as I don't want to admit it. I've asked her what's wrong, but she didn't really confide in me. It's frustrating, but as Yuri said, all I can do now is let her know I'm there for her and respect her boundaries. Sometimes you have to just work with the hand you've been dealt, I guess. Hey Sayori, look, this might sound a bit weird, but I just want you to know that I'm here for you no matter what's going on. I shouldn't have pried earlier. I'll skip. Sorry, Sayori. Skip Paul. Of course I'm going to go with Yuri. Well, I'll probably be most useful helping out Yuri. With me? Are you serious? Why would you... Natsuki, you don't even want to spend time with me. Natsuki, I can already tell you're about to say something mean. No. I was just saying. Ugh. So you'll help Yuri then, Cheese? Yeah. If that's okay with you, Yuri? Of course. Sorry, I have a bad habit of overthinking these sorts of things. Your assistance will be much appreciated. Okay, well that's sorted then. Natsuki, will you be able to handle the baking yourself? I mean, yeah. I'll have to remember to go back and try to pick Monica at that scene. See if something happens. I already said I would be fine. Okay, okay. How about you, Sayori? We can work together if you want. I think I'll be okay, thanks. What an independent bunch you all are. So, is that everything we need to go over? Wait. So is that everything we need to go over? Yeah, that should be about it. Are you guys excited? Well, excited might not be the right word, but I suppose I'm looking forward to it a little bit. She glances shyly in my direction. Do you feel the same way, Cheese? Monica, quit trying to play matchmaker over here. What are you doing? Yeah, I haven't really made any banners before, and I don't know much about aromatherapy, whatever that is. So it'll be a new experience for me. I mean, surely you at least know what aromatherapy is, even if you don't know much about it. I'm sorry in advance if I'm not very useful, Yuri. No, there's nothing to worry about. I appreciate you offering to help me in the first place. Good to know. It'll be fun. Yeah, that's the spirit, guys. That's good enough for me. What about you, Natsuki? I just look forward to making all those cupcakes. Those new students better appreciate them. I'm sure they will. Don't you worry. After all, they look just as nice as they taste. There's a general murmur of agreement. I have a little surprise in mind with these cupcakes that I think everyone will like. Oh, what? What did that be? Natsuki rolls her eyes. It's called a surprise for a reason, Baka. You'll find out Monday. Of course. How silly of me to forget. Anyway, there's nothing more to discuss for today. Everyone knows what they're doing, so I'll see you all on Monday with your festival stuff. Oh, sorry, before I go, Sayori, anything you want to add? Sayori has been awfully quiet. If I wasn't worried about her, I might have forgotten she was in the room. No, I'm okay, thanks. I'm looking forward to what your little mystery is, Natsuki. As Natsuki and Monica leave, Sayori turns to Yuri and I. Oh, and Cheese, Yuri? I hope you two have fun. Sayori, I need you to not guilt trip me right now, okay? All right, you got your happy end. I did it. I got your happy end first try. Okay? Don't stop it. She giggles as she walks out the door. Hang on, we're meant to walk home together. As I move forward to intercept her, I feel a light tap on my shoulder. It's Yuri, looking incredibly sheepish. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you or anything. But beep beep, I'm a sheep. It's just I realized that we have no way of contacting each other this weekend. Oh, I forgot myself, actually. I can't believe that slipped my mind. So you, want my mobile number? Yes! I think that would be the best way, yes. Okay, here you go. We exchange numbers. As I add her name to my list of contacts, I realize how small my contact list actually is. Apart from Sayori and my parents, it's basically empty. Hang on, I'm gonna go add Natsuki if that's alright. What? Oh. A reminder of how life was before joining this club. Cheese? Huh? Sorry, I must have spaced out a little. It's okay, I was just saying I'll be stopping by your house on Sunday. Eh? My house? Is that a problem? No, not at all. I just thought I'd be the one going to your house since I'm the one helping you. I suppose that makes sense. But if you don't mind, I think I prefer going to your house. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess that's fine. I decided not to press Yuri for a reason. I guess it's not really that important either way. I'll just need to make sure my room is clean. I hope I can actually contribute to whether you have in mind, Yuri. I'm not nearly as creative as you are. Don't underestimate yourself, Cheese. I think that will make a very productive team. Even if you only chose me because you felt bad or something. Wait! You don't actually think that, do you? I don't know. It's okay, Yuri. I say self-degradating things that I don't really mean, but that I kind of mean, but that I don't really mean, but that I kind of mean. I do it too. It's difficult to come up with any other reason you may have chosen me. You're forgetting the one reason with the most common sense. I chose to help you simply because it's what I want to do. But... Yuri thinks to herself with an extremely tense expression. Besides, you helped me a lot with Sayori earlier. I have to return the favor somehow. Oh, you don't really have to worry about that. I'm only teasing. I'd love to help you out. I always enjoy your company. Her face flushes a bright crimson. There's no way you sincerely mean that. Of course I do. You're a delight to be around, Yuri. I see. Forgive me, Cheese. It's just, I rarely hear such kind things spoken so genuinely. Wait. She said that. Dang it. I rarely hear such kind things spoken so genuinely. I really can't understand why anyone would say mean things about her. Look, she's pretty. Just because she keeps to herself, and because of her interests deviate a little from the norm? Regardless, I really do want to spend my Sunday with you, Yuri. Can you believe me? She looks me straight in the eyes, deep in thought. It's almost as if I can see the gears turning in her head. After a brief moment, she sighs and nods. Yes, I believe you. I hope that we can have an exceptional time together, Cheese. I didn't mean for that to sound so serious. Oh, I'm doing it again. Yuri clears her throat. What I want to say is, I'm looking forward to Sunday. A gentle smile plays across her face. Me too, Yuri. I'll leave the club room, Yuri following behind me. It looks like Sayori didn't wait up for me. She's probably at home by now. Oh, really? Do you live that close? I can't help but feel guilty about not walking home with her, but maybe she really does want to be left alone. It certainly explained why she seemed to shrug off my attempts to help her, right? But I feel like something's off. I wish I could just focus on what's going on in front of me. Oh, okay. So I see what the fairness in this is. Okay, so Yuri route is not going to focus on Natsuki. I don't think. It's going to focus on Sayori. Natsuki route also focused on Sayori, but Sayori route focused on Yuri, but not Natsuki. But I think the fairness plays out because Natsuki has 4 different routes, and Sayori and Yuri only have 2 different routes. So I think that's their way of trying to, like, make things fair or something. Slurp. It's already Sunday. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Yuri's upcoming visit. You know, it occurs to me you probably didn't hear me take a drink of my soda, so you had no idea why I said slurp. Oops. Conveyance, Cheese. Not everyone knows what you're doing. I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. Yuri is clearly an introvert and also an intimate person in general. There's no doubt she'll open up a little bit when it's just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try. Meanwhile, we've even been texting occasionally. She was extremely apprehensive at first, but it wasn't long before I was already learning more about her. I peek out of my window and notice, Yuri? She's not supposed to be here for a little while. I go downstairs and open the front door. Ah! I was worried this was the wrong house. I probably should have asked about it earlier. No, it's okay. You're a bit early, though. This is new BGM. I've not heard this BGM before. Is it kind of loud? I feel like it's kind of loud. But that's alright. I'm glad I took the time to tidy things up before she arrived. If she'd arrived early and I hadn't done anything, I would have been really embarrassed. Were you waiting a long time? No, I just got here. I suppose I was just a bit anxious that I'd followed your directions wrong. You always could have texted me. Or called, even. If I had known, I would have reassured you and hurried more on my way home. I suppose that's true. I didn't think of that for some reason. It should be common sense to do that, but I decided to ignore it. Hey, sometimes people have brain lapses. It's okay. I see you brought a lot of stuff with you. That's right. A lot of stuff. Did you manage to find everything I asked you to buy as well? Well, I actually had a bit of trouble. Is that so? Yuri had texted me a list of art supplies yesterday, and I was supposed to pick them up for today. It probably works out better this way, since she'll be able to get exactly what she's looking for. Well, we should be able to take some things from the art room at school. As long as I could leave my things at your house first, I'd rather not carry them with me. Sure, no problem. I quickly open up the front door to my house, and Yuri places her things just past it. That way, we'll see them as soon as we get back. Right then, shall we? The two of us briskly start walking to school. The weather is beautiful, and a light breeze blows through the streets. Yuri is rather quiet, but she doesn't seem to be annoyed. I've come to learn that she tends to appreciate things from afar, so her silence isn't too worrying. It's odd being at school on the weekend. The mood of the place feels totally different without the crowds of students around. Yuri leads me down a long corridor until we reach a large imposing door. This should be it. With a slight creak, she opens the door and heads inside. The smell of dried paint lingers in the air. While not terribly large, this place should have what we're looking for. Okay, we'll need a large cloth banner and some paints. Do you have brushes already? I think so, but it couldn't hurt to get some more though. Yuri strides through the classroom, a determined look on her face. It's quite a stunning contrast to how she usually appears. I kind of like it. You know, sorry, it's tangent time. It is tangent o'clock. Just because paintbrushes were mentioned. So, weird story. Weird-ish. Not really that weird. It's pretty normal at the end of the day. Anyway, so a friend of mine used to live nearby and, like, in town. And we used to do, like, some pony, My Little Pony role plays together. And she made custom ponies sometimes, like little brushable figures. She would make customs of, like, certain characters. And before she moved with her husband, who was also a friend of mine, before they moved, she made a brushable of my OC Cotton Cake, who is not one of my tabletop characters, but she's like, I used to run a Tumblr Ask blog for her, and she's in a fan fiction that my friend was writing for a long time. Cotton Cake, I love her very much. She's very important to me. But she made a custom of her, but she didn't quite finish it in time, and the head was still, like, removed, because you remove the head to, like, do stuff with the brushable hairs. And I was thinking to myself, like, oh, I can finish. I can just put some black eyeliner around the eyes with some black paint, and I'll just get the head back on. But I could not for the life of me get the head back on. Like, you're supposed to, like, run the little peg under, like, warm water to soften it so you can squeeze the head back onto it. The little peg that comes out of the neck. I don't know what you would call it, so I'm going to keep calling it a peg. And I kept trying to squeeze the head on, but, like, in doing so, I kept, like, squeezing the head, and it would, like, make the paint job, like, chip off. And I at the end of the day, I still couldn't I never got that head back on. But I was like, okay, well, before I try this again, I'm gonna go buy some paint and some little paintbrushes so I can touch up the head after I get it on. But, like, I never, ever got around to doing it. Like, this was, like, 3 years ago. And only just, like, earlier this year was I like, this isn't gonna happen. I have this cyan paint for no reason, I have this black paint for no reason, and I have these paintbrushes for no reason. So I just threw it in the garbage. I'm sorry, headless chipped paint job Cotton Cake is not something I need. This is a thought that counts, though, right? I still appreciate it. I still kept her for a long time. Anyway. Yuri strides through the classroom, a determined look on her face. It's quite stunning contrast to how she usually appears. I kind of like it. There's no, like, moral to that story. I just felt like it was a story I had to tell on stream at some point. Because it nags at the back of my mind sometimes. And I was reminded of it just now, so why not? She bends down and pulls a long, thick sheet of fabric from the shelf down below. They had me in the first half of that sentence, not gonna lie. With a surprising haste, she folds it up into a neat bundle and tucks it under her arm. You know, Cheese. Yeah? Well... She closes her eyes, taking a quick breath. I know we haven't even started yet, but this is nice. We're doing something so simple together. Erp. Yet it feels so enrapturing. Eh? That's a bit forward, isn't it? Is it? Yuri seems to think so. Yuri seems to think so too, as her face flushes. I didn't mean for that to sound so serious. Ooh, we're not even decorating yet, and I'm ruining things. Nah, it's cute, Yuri. You're being cute. She retreats into the deep purple shroud of her hair, fidgeting with a loose strand. So this is the Yuri I'm more accustomed to. Yuri, I thought we went over this. You don't have to worry about that. I know that's just your way of expressing how excited you are to start working on our part of for the festival, and I'm excited too. Oh, okay. If that's how you really feel. She nervously scans the shelves, picking out the various different paints we'll need. At the end, we spend a bit more time than I was expecting here. It seems Yuri really pays attention to the quality of what she wants. Oh! Sorry, I'm gonna do something real quick. Don't mind the lack of progress in the game. Oh shoot, how do I even find this? Just pretend I'm on BRB screen. But I'm not gonna BRB, because I don't want to. Unless you really want me to. Unless it's so horrible listening to me stall. Is it? Is it so horrible? What am I looking for? There we go. I need to bookmark this folder. Can I pin it? Can I pin the folder on the donkey? Ooh. That's something. Okay, well anyway. I just wanted to try a thing. Gamer chair. Oh, it's probably bad to do this with all the Dokis here, huh? Well, let's get it behind Yuri. Ah! Clicking things. You can't even tell it's there anymore, can you? Hang on. You're like sitting in the chair with me. Alright, this was a mistake. Bad decisions were made. Not worth. Anyway. Don't worry about where that chair came from. Don't worry about it. In the end, we spend a bit more time than I was expecting here. It seems Yuri really pays attention to the quality of what she wants. But if it makes things go well with Yuri today, I don't mind. Alright, shall we head back to my place and get started on this? Yes, we should have everything we need now. Sorry, I got distracted. I was just thinking about the fact that the worst thing about OBS is the fact that when you go into studio mode, because studio mode is like you can change things about your stream without it appearing on stream yet, without like without people watching you like drag things around, you know? But when it does that, it shows two screens, so it like halves the size of the screen that you're working with. And OBS doesn't have like a zoom in function for you to like position things like very like, what if I want my shoulder like very closely in this corner, or you know, if I want the bottom of my body to like line up exactly with this, I could position it and be like, yeah, that's good, but like because I'm not close enough in, there's actually a little gap. And it looks bad, and I don't even notice until I'm reviewing the VOD later. Yeah, OBS should have a zoom in function so you can like be precise with positioning. So says I, choose Louise. Like, it shouldn't zoom in on the stream. Like, the whole... What you guys are seeing shouldn't zoom in, but I should be able to zoom in. You know what I'm saying? Once we arrive back at my house, I unlock the door and guide her up to my bedroom. First time I ever said that in my life. There should be enough space for us to work on the banner up there. As soon as I open the door, I get on the floor, and Yori walks the dinosaur. Geez, your house is remarkably tidy. I cleaned it up before you came over, so... Oh, you didn't have to do that just for me. No. I would be really embarrassed for my room to be a mess while you were here. I see. That makes sense. After all, a clean room makes a clear mind, does it not? Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry for slow progression, but I gotta BRB. I gotta. Bah. I do be back, though. Or do I? Water chug, go! Ha! Still haven't made myself a water graphic. Still haven't done it. Anyway, thank you for your patience. I am back. That makes sense. After all, a clear room makes a clear mind, does it not? Do people say that? Is that a thing? Oh my gosh, my left ear is driving me insane again. Cleaning can be very therapeutic. I would have been more than happy to have helped you. Fine, Yuri, I'll sweep and mop tonight. Nag me about it. The heck? Just because you're in a mom sweater doesn't mean you can mom at me. What the heck? Please, what kind of host would I be if I left this place a tip? Left this place a tip. Is that... Is that a thing people say? Is that like a Britishism? Mimi Lionheart, if you're watching, tell me if that's a Britishism. It sounds like one. Left this place a tip. Besides, I like to know where everything is in my room. Everything has its own place, you know? Yeah, that way you can know if someone stole something when you walk into the room. Yuri nods and walks over to my desk. She carefully studies the various collectibles I have set up on it. Suddenly, she reaches down and... Wait, don't look in there! I snatch Yuri's wrist, which was in the process of opening a desk drawer of mine. Come on, Yuri. Do forgive me, Cheese. I shouldn't be poking around the property of others. Yeah, the display pieces are on display. Don't look in drawers. What's wrong with you? Seriously, like, if someone was in my house... Like, I don't have dirty magazines stashed anywhere, okay? Because I have internet. I don't need that. But, like, if someone was in my house, I don't care if they, like, start examining my shelves, because that's kind of where they're there. Like, oh, yeah, But if, like, even if they just walk into the kitchen and start, like, looking inside the drawers, it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Stop that. I don't have any skeletons in my closet or nothing, but, like, you don't do that. I don't know why I did that. It's okay, it's just, well, never mind. I'm glad I managed to catch her before she got the chance to look inside. There's things in there I'm really not comfortable sharing with others. I let go of Yuri's wrist. She starts to fidget with her hands, gently squeezing them. So, what did you have planned, Yuri? Ah, yes. I thought about some ways we could transform the club room. With the right atmospheric pieces, we could morph the world into our own citadel of Sanshin? Our domain of declension, our... Yuri, stop using these words that I have to Google.
Scansion.
Scansion. The action of scanning a line of verse to determine its rhythm? Citadel of Scansion? Oh, because they'll be reading poems. Declension.
Declension.
The variation of the form of a noun, pronoun, or adjective by which its grammatical case, number, and gender are identified. A condition of decline or moral deterioration. Okay, probably that first one. Yuri with these fancy words. What the heck, girl? What are you doing? Yuri blushes. Perhaps she feels as though she got a bit carried away. That sounds ambitious. What kind of atmospheric pieces were you thinking of? Well... You know, I like to think of myself of having a decently large vocabulary, but you know, Yuri's got damn words in her brain. Tell you what. Even something as simple as adjusting the lighting or employing aromatherapy could be wonderful. Well, and I promise you, whoever wrote this scene, they definitely got out a thesaurus to get the words of scansion and declension. I promise you that. They did not know those words. Even something as beautiful as adjusting the light or employing aromatherapy could be wonderful. Show of hands. Show of hands in chat. Raise your hand if you knew either of those two words. If you already knew either scansion or declension. Anyone? No? That's right, because you didn't know those words. Wow. I'm impressed, Yuri. You've really put a lot of thought into this. It's nothing, really. I was just hoping that I could make a recital an event that plucks at the soul. Okay. Through our words, our visitors can experience our struggles and strive vicariously. Our cloud strife. That sounds intense. Intense? I guess that's the best way to put it. Is that a bad thing? No, I like circuses. But sorry. No, not at all. It's something that I like. Something that I like about you, actually. Is that so? That makes me feel relieved and kind of happy. Yeah, no need to be so anxious. You can relax a little. Relax. I brought some things for relaxation. I was going to use them during the poetry event. Oh yeah, like what? Let's see. Sorry, that was jarring. As soon as she moved her hands and exposed her shape again, I could have sworn that I saw animation. I could have sworn that I saw like a little boing. But it's absolutely my imagination. Where's your head at, Cheese? We know what you're thinking about. No, I'm say so. I say so. Yuri rummages through her bag. She pulls out a cylindrical wooden object and places it on my desk. No, I'm saying so. I thought about covering the windows up and having small candles provide the room's illumination. I think it would make our event much more of an intimate affair, don't you agree? Yeah. So anyway, what's this wooden cylinder about? The way Yuri worded that sounds a bit forward, doesn't it? I choose not to press it, though. What's the wooden thing, though? Oh, it's an oil diffuser. It's actually my personal one from home. Tell me, Cheese, how much do you know about aromatherapy? Not as much as I'd like to. Well, let me tell you about it a little. I believe the scent of an area can completely alter how we perceive it. So we're gonna coat the room in drugs. Air drugs. Being able to alter the aura of the room like that, there's something magical about it. Yuri opens it up and retrieves a tiny glass bottle from her bag, alongside a bigger plastic one filled with water. She empties the larger bottle into a diffuser, then uncaps the tiny bottle and adds a few drops to it, then pushes a button. Within seconds, a delightful smelling mist delicately floats out of it. Wow, that smells wonderful. What was the stuff you were adding to it? That's my favorite essential oil. It's derived from the jasmine flower. It has a beautifully alluring scent, wouldn't you agree? It really does smell nice. Was there a particular reason you chose it? Well, while it's true that jasmine can aid relaxation, it has various other properties. It can enhance your emotions and stir the mind. What might simply be curiosity can grow into enrapturing awe and wonder. A mild interest can blossom into an exciting infatuation. Some would describe it as an aphrodisiac, but I think that it has more to do with the warm feelings it can give you. You're drawn in, your heart pounding along with the world around you. Yuri, you can't spray aphrodisiacs into the air at school. Doesn't that excuse me? Doesn't that sound pulchritudinous? Pulchritudinous. It tried. Google tried. Pulchritudinous.
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 Pulchritudinous. Oh, it just means beautiful. Yuri. Doesn't that sound pulchritudinous cheese? With the extra chuk? Yeah, I think that'd be perfect. I'm not sure what that word means, but based on a reaction, it must mean something good. You're quite an expert on this, aren't you? I'll trust your judgment. Hang on. I am distracted. I'm distracted by a thing. I'll be undistracted in mere moments, I promise. You're quite an expert, aren't you? I'll trust your judgment. Yuri smiles gently, clearly enjoying herself. She again reaches into her bag and pulls out several spools of thin ribbon. What are those for? Well, did you purchase the origami paper I asked you to get? Yeah, I have it over there. Yeah, I have it over there. We won't be using the paper for folding origami. What I'd like to do is write different kanji characters on each paper. We'll need about 100 of them. A couple 100 of them. Oh yeah? What will those be used for? Sorry, I'm done being distracted. I'm here, I'm focused. I'm a ferret of pure determination, focus, and will. That's Cheese Louise for you. Yes. Well, I'm going to cut pieces of ribbon to hang from the doorway of the classroom. Then we can fasten the kanji paper onto the ribbons to create a doorway curtain. Wouldn't that be beautiful? It would also catch the eye of those passing by the room. It may attract some to peek inside. That's really creative. I had no idea you'd be so good at this, Yuri. Is that so? Well, I suppose I do get a little intense, as you put it. Yuri giggles with red cheeks. I mean, they're pinkish. Is it just me, or is she more relaxed when it's just the two of us? We can make it if we try. Or maybe it's the excitement she feels from sharing something that she enjoys. Here's a marker, Cheese. You can write any characters you want. I'll help you once I finish cutting the ribbons. Alright. Sitting on the floor together, the two of us get to work. Let's get to work! Sorry. I carefully draw a different character on each page, doing my best to manage my bad handwriting. Yuri unravels a long strand of red ribbon to her desired length. You know, half the time when I quote something weird like that, it's because I'm trying to prompt chat to be like, what's that from? You know? I'm trying. I'm engaging, I promise. Engaging streamer, go, activate. Then she reaches into her bag once more and pulls out a pocket knife. The knife is strangely beautiful. The silver handle is an intricate pattern of waves etched... has an intricate pattern of waves etched onto it. The blade itself is gently tinted blue. That's no ordinary pocket knife. That's a spoon! It looks really fancy. Well, you know, I like only the best for my wrists. I mean... Embarrassed, Yuri looks away. What is it? You're going to think it's weird. Yuri, whatever it is, I have no reason to judge. To each their own, you know? If you promise you won't be weirded out. Yeah, I promise. Alright. The thing is, I'm kind of into knives. They're just so pretty. I can't help it. I don't know what it is. A combination of craftsmanship, a feeling of danger, maybe. Ooh, what am I saying? Please don't think I'm weird for this. If you like knives, have you ever heard of swords? You're laughing at me. No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. It's just funny how nervous you got about sharing. It's an interesting thing to be into, I guess. But I think it kind of suits you. Suits me? Yeah, it's kind of intense. Besides, it's a really cool looking knife. I can't deny that. It is, isn't it? Yuri relaxes her expression once again. Would you like to hold it? Sure, I'll check it out. Yuri carefully hands me the knife, with the handle facing me. I take it and turn it around in my hands. You know, that reminds me, I should get a pocket knife, or like a decorative knife, but like that's actually sharp. Because I don't have any weapons in my house. What am I gonna do if someone breaks in? I mean, obviously a gun is a better choice for that, but I could have a gun and a knife. You know? Because a gun's a last resort, but a knife is like... Because someone will like... There are people that are like, ha, you're not gonna fire that thing. But if you have a knife, they're less likely to... Let's try it. I don't know. Don't listen to me. Don't take Cheese's advice. He knows not what of what he speaks. Blech. It feels heavy and extremely solid. Where do you even get a knife like this? Curious of its sharpness, I feel the point of the knife with my index finger. Ow! Cheese! Why did you do that? I didn't expect it to be that sharp. I barely touched it at all. It's my fault. I should have warned you. This knife is extremely sharp. It can cut through skin like it's paper. Trust me. Oh no. Erase the bad joke from your head, Cheese. Don't say it out loud. A small drop of blood trickles down the sides of my finger. Yuri takes my hand and gives the wound a closer look. That's... She stares at it and noticeably fidgets. Where do you keep your first aid kit? We'll need to sterilize the wound, then wrap it to halt the blood flow. Do you have gauze? It should... I raise my hand, cutting Yuri off. Yuri, I don't think it's that serious. It probably just needs a bandage. Not a band-aid, TM? Yuri's pupils narrow. Perhaps she's afraid she went too far. But I appreciate your concern. Will you be okay? Will you be okay for a little while? You know, very random complaint. Very, very random nitpick. Let me see if I can find a picture. For Yuri being as into knives as she is, well, that's not right. Don't want to use that picture. Okay, I can't find a good reference picture to show on stream, but the actual knife that Yuri uses in Doki Doki Literature Club is like extremely basic looking. It's like not fancy at all. It's like a... It's like a vegetable cutting knife. I don't know. I don't know my knife types. But you know what I mean? That's all. That's all the complaint was. She should... Yuri deserves fancy knives! Yuri deserves fancy knives! Can we get some fancy knives in chat? No? Maybe? I don't know. But I appreciate your concern. Will you be okay for a little while? Oh, yes, of course. What, she's not going to suck on my blood? Why not? I quickly run to the kitchen and rinse the cut, then apply a small plaster. It stings a little, but that should be the worst of it. As I return, Yuri's eyes dart around the room, as though she were too embarrassed to look at me. I went a bit overboard there. I'm sorry if I made things awkward, Yuri hangs her head shamefully. Yuri. My parents were doctors, so I always tend to jump to the most severe conclusions when it comes to personal injury. I never know how to read the situation. I'm sorry for making you feel so out of place. Wouldn't your parents, like, not overreact to injuries, though? They'd be like, oh yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing to worry about. No? In your own home, no less. Ooh. Yuri. She's way too harsh on herself. How can I fix this? It's really okay. Your heart was in the right place. She doesn't look up. I appreciate that you were concerned about me, but I'm fine, see? It's only a tiny nick. It's my fault anyway for being so careless with your knife. I see. The panic in her eyes evaporates, replaced by a calming stillness. Seeing her ease up a bit is reassuring. Maybe the oil diffuser is helping? Thank you for being so patient with me, Cheese. By the way, while Yuri Rao is last and least, and Yuri is my last and least, I enjoy doing Yuri's voice a lot more than I enjoy Natsuki and Sayori's and Monika's. Arguably, my Monika voice isn't even a voice. It's just me talking slightly higher pitch. But, you know, I like doing Yuri's voice. Like, comment, and subscribe if you agree. Yuri giggles shyly. That was really cute. I was definitely not expecting it. My face grows hot. Yeah, no worries. I clear my throat. We each resume our respective activities. I watch Yuri's knife cut through the ribbon like it's nothing but air. Meanwhile, I continue to make progress on the kanji. After we finish attaching the paper to the ribbons, we lay them all out side by side. It looks better than I expected and seems like it'll be very effective as the door curtain. It looks great! Good thinking coming up with this, Yuri. Thanks. It's going to look wonderful, isn't it? Are you ready to move on to the next task? Yeah, let's do it. What do you have in mind? Well, remember the paint and the banner? I'd like to make something with that. Something to display in the club room. That's right. Yuri had made a big deal about fetching the banner from the art room. She must have been looking forward to this. Could you retrieve the paint and brushes from the other room? I can stay here and unravel the banner. Yeah, sure. I'll be right back. Thank you very much. I head downstairs and pick up the bag filled with acrylic paints. There's mixing palettes and several different colors. I stop to fill up a couple of cups with water for diluting the brushes afterward, then go back upstairs. Yuri? Jeez! Are you doing that in my bedroom? Don't you do it, Yuri! Don't you do it. As I open the door, Yuri does not get on the... Stop. Look, Cheese, doors open a lot. In fiction, you can't make the meme. You can't do the meme every time someone opens a door and gets on the floor. Now walks a dinosaur, dang it. Yuri is hurriedly rolling her sleeve over her arm. Not my bedroom, Yuri. Nothing. Your face is a little red. Is it too hot in here or anything? No, not at all. There's nothing wrong, so let's get to work. I can't shake the feeling that there's something she's not telling me, but I don't push the point further. So, I think if we did a color gradient across the banner, it would look wonderful. Color gradients are really hard to do in real life. They're super easy in GIMP, but real life, it's not so easy. Starting with warm colors, then blending into darker shades. I thought the day-to-night cycle would be really pretty. Once it's finished, we could write something inspirational across it. We can hang it on the wall behind the podium at the front of the classroom. Ah, neat. What are you going to write? Well, it'll be more fun to surprise you. Yuri smiles at me. If you say so. I kneel down on the opposite side of the banner as Yuri. Yuri uses a brush and adds a few dots of different color across the banner to serve as a color guide when we paint. This kind of reminds me of elementary school. Painting on a banner with watercolors feels a lot like the art class projects we had back then. It's relaxing. Ah. If this is too immature for you, then I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean that at all. Wait. Oh, because he said it reminds him of elementary school. It's kind of fun, you know? Yeah, I suppose it is. Wait. Typo! Typo! That is one typo for today. I suppose it is. I'm glad you feel that way, Cheese. Yuri places her brush down, pondering to herself. Most people our age want to do wild things, but I'm usually more comfortable doing something soothing. I'm quite content with just a bit of company. Even if it's just something simple, like reading. We don't need to be talking a lot. Just having a friend next to me makes me feel a little bit nicer. I think that's all it takes to be happy. Is that so? I can admire that. I can appreciate that. That's a good mindset to have, Yuri. Even if Yuri and I are quite different, I can understand where she's coming from. I feel that way about things like anime and games, where simply sharing the experience with someone can make me happy. I think I feel the same way. Yuri smiles gently. I knew you'd understand. Yuri leans over the banner to grab an unused paintbrush. But I move at the same time, causing my head to bump into hers. Yeah! Sorry. Yuri reels back, and I quickly lift my hands in surprise. Are you hurt? I don't think so. It just startled me, that's all. Sorry, I should have asked you to get it for me. It's not your fault. Ah, your face. The droplets of paint on Yuri's face and neck. Is there something on my face? Yeah, I accidentally got paint on you. There's red on you. Sorry, it's totally my fault. I'll get a towel right away. I rush out and fetch a small towel, then I dampen it with hot water. I return to my room, kneel back down in front of her. Here. I pat down Yuri's face and neck with the towel. Ah. It is a pretty good CG. I'll give you that, Yuri. It's a pretty good one. Is something wrong? Well, granted, the background of the CG is literally just the background zoomed in and blurred. Like it's not at a different angle or anything. But still, this is good. It's warm. I just didn't expect it. Sorry. I didn't want to use cold water. Having finished, I start to retract my hand. But Yuri suddenly holds my wrist. Oh, hold on a moment. Eh? Just for a little longer. It feels really nice. Ah. I keep my hand still against Yuri's neck. She looks into my eyes. It's an intense expression that I recognize from when she reads her books. She looks a little drunk. Just a little bit. Almost as if she's lost in a daze, enveloped by her own thoughts. She breathes gently, half through slightly parted lips. What is happening? Is it the aroma of the jasmine oil giving me this dizzy feeling? Yuri's gentle fingers wrap around my wrist, sending a tingling sensation through my arm. And suddenly her face seems to be much closer to mine than it was just a moment ago. Ah. Yuri slowly pulls away. Sorry. I've just been feeling a little lightheaded today. I didn't mean to space out. It's fine. The moment is over as soon as it began. Yuri picks up her brush again, but her movements seem clumsier, like she's unable to focus. I remained silent, forced to ignore the event that just transpired. I hesitantly retrieved my own brush and continue following Yuri's example. That should do it. I finished filling the night sky with white dots that look like stars. Looking at the banner as a whole, it's very pretty and natural looking. I think it came out better than I expected. I'm really happy with the result. Yeah, me too. Are you going to add the lettering now? Not yet. It needs to dry first. That's true. But won't that take a while? Well, perhaps it would be best to leave it here, then you have you bring it in the morning. I can do the lettering in the classroom before our event starts. Is that okay? That's totally fine. Wonderful. In that case, I don't think there's anything more for us to do here. Phew. You say that like you're glad it's over. Was I wrong to assume you're at least enjoying yourself a little bit? No, it's not that.
Hey, listen!
How do you say that? Marlee? Marlee Cat? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Are you a big Yuri fan or a big Doki fan? I'm just glad we managed to get everything done. You said it correct? Okay. Good. I have such bad short-term memory on what I say. So you're not the first person that I've attempted to pronounce the name and then they say you said it correct. I'm like, oh good. Wait, how did I say it? but Marie Cat? Yeah. I'm just glad we managed to get everything done. Gosh dang it. That was cheese, not Yuri. I'm just glad we got everything done. I see. I am too. I was a little concerned about time. I need to start making dinner soon. Oh my gosh. I just thought of something. Something that I should do to my layout right now while I'm thinking about it before I forget again. It's so big. It's very big and large. Because I made myself a nice little logo. It's cute little Cheese Louise logo. And I realized that I should have it on screen because people don't always realize what my name is, even though it's, you know, it's right there. See, and I can make that transparent too, right? With a filter. Where's filters? There we go. Wait, do I not know how to make it transparent? Maybe I should do this later. Whatever, it'll just be very small. Very small up there for now. Yay! I do have a new overlay that's coming with my 2D debut. And I'll have a nice little place for it then. But I just figured I should have it there. Yay. Haha, now you can't rip screenshots from my stream, even though I'm already blocking like the bottom right corner and the top left is covered by viewer discretion advice. Whatever. Just block all the corners. They'll never screen cap me. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I'm so distracted. I'm not paying attention. No, ferret of pure determination, focus, and will. Let's go. So you don't have any time left? I was secretly hoping we could have extra time after finishing the work. Well... Yuri thinks to herself. I think it would be too irresponsible of me to wait much longer. I'm sorry. I was hoping there would be more time as well. It's probably my fault. Sorry for being such a slow worker and cutting myself and getting paint on you. No, it's not your fault at all. And the important thing is that we got everything done, right? Yeah. So, I shouldn't be disappointed or anything. Gathering all her things, Yuri seems to look a little downcast. I understand why. It sounds like she rarely gets the opportunity to spend time with friends in a relaxed environment. But that doesn't mean this is the last time it can happen. Once Yuri packs up, I walk her out the front door. Thank you very much for having me today. No problem. I was glad I was able to help. Just let me know if there's anything you'd need me to bring tomorrow. I will. Well then, Yuri fidgets. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Wait. I kind of say that without thinking. About today. It's fine that we didn't have much time as we wanted, because we can do this again. Whenever you want, you can come over, or we can go out somewhere. Ah, I forgot you don't like going out much. As I stumbled over my words, Yuri simply smiles bashfully. Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say, so you're very thoughtful, Cheese. Yuri takes a step closer to me, then briefly squeezes my hand. I kind of like that about you. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? I don't want to make things awkward, but I would like to spend more time with you as well, Cheese. She takes a slow, deep breath and releases my hand. I guess I'll see you tomorrow? Yeah, I'll see you at the festival. With one last smile, Yuri starts to head home. She looks back over her shoulder, but then quickly turns back around. I'm really grateful that I got to do this with Yuri. I enjoyed my time with her a lot. The way she said she simply enjoys having company, I understand exactly what she means. Tomorrow's going to be incredible. I just know it. Doki. 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 Doki Doki. Doki Doki. Doki 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 Doki. Let's go. We got the quadruple Dokis. They're going on. They're in the house. It's the day of the festival and we skip... Oh, dang it. Ben and Yuri and I painted his dry, and I gently rolled it up to take with me. She sent me a pleasant text reminding me not to forget anything, and I reassured her. I smiled, putting my phone away. Her personality even shows through her texts. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, arm waver, how's it going? Hey, moniker. Hey, how's it going? I put down the banner I'm holding and grab one of the pamphlets laid out on the desks. Oh yeah, they really did... Yeah, whatever. Yuri trails in behind her, clutching at the large duffel bag nervously. Alright, it's festival time! Let's go! Yuri's on the floor, walking the dinosaur, painting her inspirational quote on the banner in white paint. I guess she figured out where I put the banner herself. Meanwhile, Sayori is hung up on the kanji curtain in the doorway and is puzzling over the essential oil setup. The good writer possesses not only his own spirit, but also the spirit of his friends? Yes, it's a quote by the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche. Nietzsche? I don't know. Scheiße. Seems like a pretty fitting quote. Yes, I thought that would summarize our experience in the club quite well. I'm finished with the lettering, so if you wouldn't mind, Chiefs. That is, could you help hold my chair steady as I pin this up? Of course! Yuri pulls a chair up to the front of the classroom and climbs onto it, teetering slightly. She grips the banner tightly in her hands, and she reaches up to attach it to the wall. The chair gives a threatening wobble, but luckily I managed to steady it. Ah! It's okay, Yuri. I've got you. You don't have anything to worry about. Thank you. Is it just me, or does she look like she's starting to blush now? I feel my cheeks begin to heat up as well. I didn't say anything weird, did I? When I help her down from the chair, after she's finished, she looks more bashful than ever. Man, how do I always make things so awkward? Blah, blah, blah. Alright, time for the festival to be terrible. Let's go. Yuri goes first, and everyone's rude, and... Okay, yep. Or did Yuri go first? I don't remember who went first. I think Monica went first, actually, and then Sayori. And Yuri was last. Yuri's the one who had to sit through all the horribleness. Natsuki. I can't remember which one I picked in Sayori route, but it doesn't really matter. I know I've picked both of them. I quickly flip to where I left off last night and begin reading. Oh, I should have... No, I'll save at the beginning of Act 2. That's what I'll do. Because I'm sure nothing in Act 1 affects whether you get the good or bad ending. I quickly flip to where I left off last night and begin reading. It's really quite a captivating book. All the novels Yuri reads are like this, and I can see why she'd be so absorbed in them all the time. Although maybe she's just rubbing off on me. I'm in the middle of a chapter when I feel a tap on my shoulder. Oh, geez, is that you? Looking up from my book, I see Yuri standing over on the other side of the table, as if on cue. A thick, dark book is snugly rested under her arm. I'm sorry if I startled you. I suppose I'm just a bit surprised to see you. Give me some credit, Yuri. I can enjoy a good book, too. Oh, I didn't mean to insult you or anything. I'm always at the library, and I've never seen you here before. I was trying to make things more comfortable with humor, but predictably, it fell flat. Same. I should have remembered that Yuri tends to take those sorts of comments more to heart than other people might. Relax, I was just kidding around. I see. Yuri's shoulders visibly relax. Would you mind if I ask what you're reading? Oh, sure. It's actually Portrait of Markov. Yuri's eyes light up at those words. I'm very glad you're liking it. That is, I assume... Don't worry, Yuri. It's a really good book. Yuri sighs a little in relief. Hoo-hoo. Then I stand by my first statement, cheese. Anyway, speaking of books, if you're enjoying Portrait of Markov so much, I'd like to introduce you to other books like that. Or the Birch to Breath Brush. Yeah, that'd be great. I have full faith in your taste when it comes to book. Zip. A small smile plays across Yuri's face. Actually, I just had a thought. I know a wonderful place with wonderful charms. A magical place where no one gets harmed. I don't know why. And a wonderful place nearby that we could go right now if you'd like. Oh, really? Is it another library or something? I suppose it's related. It's called the bookstore, you ding-dong. Well, lead the way. I wasn't doing much here anyway. Thank you for coming along despite the short notice. It's no bother at all, really. Again, I can't help but feel amazed at how much Yuri's taking charge. It's really quite nice to see her breaking out of her shell a little bit. She does have an air of mystery about her still, but... I guess I'll start learning a bit more about her as each day passes. The two of us start heading away from the library. So where are we heading, Yuri? I intended for it to be a surprise. Do you not like surprises? If so, you have my deepest apologies. Nah, it's fine. I'm just curious is all. It's like some sort of adventure, huh? Well, I suppose if that's how your imagination wants to interpret it, I'd be inclined to agree. Even though I'm currently with Yuri, this situation reminds me of the times I used to spend with Sayori back when we were kids. Always running around the neighborhood, acting like we were on some grand adventure. Sayori. I haven't spoken to her since the festival fiasco. Maybe it would be a good idea to... Cheese? Is everything alright? You seem to have spaced out a bit. That's okay. I have the God-given right to space out. Gulp. Oh, you couldn't hear me screw the cat back on. Well, it's nothing. I'm just thinking about stuff. You know, ferret stuff. I see. Well, we're almost there. Just a little bit further to go. Continuing onward, we pass through some trees until we come to a small clearing. This isn't a library, Yuri. Oh, wow. Before us is an amazing, sparkling lake. Gentle waves dance delicately across the surface, carried by the soft wind. Hey, this park was in Sayori Route, but it wasn't in Natsuki Route, I don't think. Isn't it wonderful? It's lovely. I've always liked this pond. Oh, you've been here before, then? With Sayori. Years and years ago, that is. I see. Darn her. Well, Cheese, I don't know about you, but I find this place is the perfect place to come when I need a bit of space to myself. Oh, do you come here often, then? Not as often as I did when I was younger. For a split second, a pained expression crosses Yuri's face. Some days where, She shakes her head. Anyway, perhaps I can give this to you? Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a moderately sized book. Here, I think you'll enjoy this one. Yuri, you didn't have to go out of your way for me with this? Like this? With those? What are those? It's okay. I've read this one so many times. It could do with a new owner. Besides, the best thing about a story is how it can be shared. What do you mean? Excuse me. No matter who reads it, you're never going to find two people with the exact same opinion. And, well... Yuri nervously plays with her hair, as she does. After you've been so kind to me, I wanted to do something nice for you, too. I see. Well, thank you very much. I'll definitely give this a read and let you know what I think. Sorry, distracted. Where'd the focus go? Where's it at? I turn over the book in my hands. The cover is hard and glossy, the pages showing small signs of wear. I guess Yuri wasn't lying. She must have read this book at least 50 times. Wow. I don't think I've ever read a book more than like 3 times. That is many reads. I wonder what makes this story so important. As I turn back toward her, I notice how intently she's staring at the lake's gentle surface. When was the first time you came here? She looks over at me quizzically. You said this place was special to you, right? I want to know why you feel that way. Right. Get a little nosy there, MC-kun. She sighs and leans on the wooden guardrail. Gale roared. What? I quietly stand by her side. Well, I suppose one day when I was younger, things were particularly hard. Do you ever have those days, Cheese? Very hard days as a toddler, where nothing seems like it can be good again? That's pretty dark, isn't it? So something about this place makes you feel better? Not quite. I just came here one day. I'm not absolutely certain how I found this place, but I remember running a lot. Before I knew it, I was out here in the sea of chaos. Things felt serene. However briefly they might have. Not sure about the grammar on that sentence, but let's move on. Everyone needs a place where they can call their own. Somewhere they can decompress without worrying whether or not someone will intrude on them. And here is that place for you? Yuri nods. It's peaceful here. The sound of the water playfully lapping up the shoreline. The plush grass below. Wow, I've never heard grass described as plush before. Words. The nurturing trees above, providing a loving shelter to embrace me in the midst of the elements. It's the kind of thing I really missed. Have you shown this place to anyone else besides me, like your parents? Yuri pauses, staring in front of her at nothing in particular. I might have. This is the kind of place my father would have enjoyed. He used to do watercolors in his spare time, you see. Does he not do it anymore? Yuri doesn't respond. Maybe you could bring him down here sometime. It might give him that bit of inspiration he needs to get going again. That's a good idea, Cheese. I'll have to do that. I'm not gonna explain to you how wrong you are. Hopefully he enjoys it as much as I am right now. This place really is incredible. Yuri smiles softly. I'm glad. Maybe sometime we could come by again. Heh, yeah. We could bring like a blanket and have a bit of a picnic. That sounds nice. I'll hold you to that. Yuri giggles. I'll look forward to it. I feel my face flush at the idea. A picnic with Yuri. There's something so playful about that. I chuckle to myself at the image in my head. Yeah, that would be nice. The two of us continue to pass the time looking over the lake. I'm surprised at how content I am just to sit here with Yuri. Normally, I'd want to do something a bit more exciting, but right now I'm perfectly fine with this calmness. However, Yuri begins to shift uncontrollably. Yuri, is everything okay? She jumps, apparently not expecting that. Yes, there's just something I need to do that I just remembered. She quickly gets up, nervously picking at the cuff of her sleeve. I'm sorry to leave on such short notice. Please don't think ill of me. Yuri? Huh? Stand up to meet her eye level. You've really got to work on your self-confidence. You apologize a lot for things that aren't even your fault. It must be so difficult having that going through your head all the time. Okay, that's a weird thing to say, but alright. Yuri looks around her, unsure of how to respond. You're really too kind, Cheese. I mean it. You're a wonderful person, Yuri. Yuri blushes slightly. Well, shall we head back now? Only if you promise you'll be a bit kinder to yourself, okay? I'll try. We're only allowed to leave if you get better self-esteem. You have to promise me, or else you're not allowed to leave. Then thank you for coming to see the lake with me today, Cheese. Thanks for inviting me. I had a lot of fun today. I'll see you on Monday, okay? Yes. See you then, Cheese. Let me know what you think of that book. It's very dear to me. Uh-oh. We're gonna, like, drop the book in mud or something. Of course. Take care. With a polite wave, Yuri walks away. I'm happy I got to spend some time with her, but I hope she's doing okay. I feel like there's something she's not telling me. I'm probably just overthinking things again. Maybe I should just crack open the book Yuri gave me. Doki. 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 Doki Doki. Doki Doki. Doki 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 Doki. Act 2, Alone Together. In this twisted plot I was destined for, I'm an astronaut on the ocean floor. Oh. Oh. Ah! No! Not the alarm sound effect. Why? Oh, wow. Yuri has a very pleasant looking background to her text boxes. Ugh. It's another Monday. Letting out a loud yawn, I drag myself through my morning routine. Maybe staying up to read wasn't my best idea. I don't think I even noticed the text box change in Natsuki Route. Because, like, it's pink by default. And I'm sure it's different when you get to Act 2 in Natsuki Route, but it's still pink, so, like, I don't think I ever actually noticed it. Now that I think about it, I actually can't remember the last time I stayed up to read something other than manga. Yuri must be rubbing off on me. Gross. Lately, I've been eating breakfast more out of force of habit than anything. And anyhow, the pantry and fridge are starting to look like Sayori's stomach. Empty. Maybe I can ask Yuri to go shopping with me? That'd be nice. Can't say I've ever asked a girl to go grocery shopping with me. I mean, except my mom, but obviously that's different. I know I don't do that regularly, I'm just saying that I have done it. Mostly when I didn't own a car. And I needed, you know... How am I going to get to the grocery store? My mom's got to take me. I finish my food quickly and make my way out of the house. After a moment, Sayori walks up to me. Hi, cheese! She's bouncing up and down and all around on the balls of her feet. I forget they're called that. Well. But. Herp. Hey, Sayori, what's up? I'm just happy to get back into the swing of things. What, is Natsuki bringing in more cupcakes? Ooh, I'd like her to. But I'm not sure about that, given everything that happened. I don't know, I'm just glad to be back into a normal routine, without all the hullabaloo of the festival, I mean. Eh, what's so funny now? Hullabaloo's such a weird word. True. But, it's a word that I knew and I didn't have to look up, so. You're a weirdo, Sayori. Nuh-uh, you're one to talk. And so the pot calls the kettle black. We eventually arrive at school and headed off to our respective classes, Sayori sending me off by sticking her tongue out at me. As I approach the classroom, my train of thought takes a sharp turn as Sakurai smiles at me. It looks like he's only just arrived himself. Morning, sir. Ah, Cheese, how are you doing? Very excited, of course, learning about my favorite subject with my favorite teacher. I'm actually going to interpret that as non-sarcastic. I laugh as we enter the room together. Boy, you would have to have some guts to say that sarcastically to your teacher. I mean, he wasn't being sarcastic, but if he was, like, that's some guts, dang. I've never been rude to my teachers. I always respected them. Well, even the ones that I didn't respect, I was still respectful to them. As Sakurai opens his mouth to begin the lesson, some fast footsteps suddenly stop right outside of the room. Ah, Emmy. How nice of you to join us. He raises his eyebrow at her, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I know a low voice doesn't fit Sakurai, but, like, I only have so many high voices, you know? He's the only adult male in this whole thing. He's got to have a low voice. He raises his eyebrows at her, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I already read that. Cutting it rather fine, aren't we? I'm beginning to think you'd rather be out in the field than coming to one of my fascinating lectures. Sorry, sir. She starts bowing slightly, her cheeks red. I lost track of time and rushed over as soon as I realized it. Don't worry, I'd much rather be here. She walks over to her desk quickly as Sakurai begins class. Okay. What was the point of that? Well, I took a drink because I thought it was going to be the other. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. Phew, that's everything done for today. As my last class ends, I let my feet steer me towards the club. Walking down the corridor, I absentmindedly peer into the emptying classrooms passing by. A couple of students chat to the teacher in one classroom, while a ring of friends laugh together in another. Huh, they look fun to be around. Wait, isn't that the green-haired guy from the festival? Yeah, hard pass. It must suck to be someone in that class. Fortunately, all the club members are in different classes. Speaking of which, that's Yuri coming up right now. And huh? Yuri's in there. Wait, what's he confused about? Now I'm confused. I'm confused as to why he's confused. What are you confused for? Should I ask her to walk with me to the club? Well, no harm in trying. Hey, Yuri! Yeah! That was a strange, albeit cute sound she just made. Ah, jeez. Oh, sorry for my outburst. I was just surprised. You're good. What are you still doing in class? Everyone's gone by now, so she's the last one here. Ah, about that. She motions toward the stack of textbooks on her desk. I was the last one out of the classroom and my teacher asked me to deliver these to the student council room. She hefts them up in her arms as she speaks, hugging them to her chest. I suppose I should get on that now. Could you let the others know why I'll be late? Hold on, I can help you with that if you want. No, I can handle it. I can't ask you to take all my responsibilities for me. I need to get the blood pumping through my arms. You see, otherwise it doesn't... Never mind. Yeah, this isn't a super serious request. It's no sweat for me, really. It's really alright. I'd feel bad if I couldn't even do this by myself. But they look pretty heavy, you know? They're really not, so you don't have to worry about it. Additionally, the student council room is rather close by, so... Then why are you even gonna be late? I'm guessing that she just doesn't want to bother me over this. After all, those textbooks can't be that light. Should I just take her word for it? Go ahead and help her. Oh. Boy. I remember Natsuki route, you had to, like, walk a line between being distant and being overprotective. But Natsuki had 4 endings. I know that Yuri only has 2, so... Come on! On an impulse, I reach out and take the stack of books from Yuri. Ah, jeez. It's seriously fine. I'm happy to help you out this way. But I... It's no bother, Yuri. In fact, I insist on carrying this stuff for you. Besides, I can't let a girl do all the dirty work, right? Oh my god. Gender stereotypes? MC Kun, you're gonna get canceled on Twitter. Don't do it! I don't see what me being a girl has to do with anything. Well, you know, you got weaker arms. Well, you know. Shoot, looks like that was the wrong way to say. Or what I meant was to say that you're my friend, so... Well, wanna get going then? Jeez, I told you I could do it myself. I wasn't trying to be coy or anything. I guess she really did want to carry them herself. Damn, it's too late to take it back, though. Uh-oh. Hey, you know what? How about next time I need some help, I'll call you up, alright? That way we're even, huh? I suppose so, except I don't need help! We set off down the hall, and soon enough, we're just about in front of the student council room. I'll wait for you outside, alright? Alright. I shouldn't take very long now anyway. Oh, she wants to be by herself. For reasons. Took a little longer than I thought it would. As she turns to take the textbooks from me, her ankle happens to twist beneath her. Yeah! Almost as if in slow motion, Yuri tumbles to the ground, landing in an ungainly heap on the floor. The redness blossoms from her cheeks that's only hastened by the giggling and staring of bystanders passing by. Here, need any help? I feel like people in fiction are way more cruel than in real life. If I saw someone fall down, my first instinct would not be to laugh at them. It would be like, are you okay? Are you fine? You know? And, you know, I think I've fallen down in public before and not received laughter. Although there was a time, I remember, where I could have used some sympathy, and I got laughed at instead. Should I tell this story? I will. Okay. It's not that long. I promise. So I went paintballing with some friends one time. I think I was in college. I went paintballing. You know, we shoot each other with paintball guns, and it was like out in the woods or whatever. And we established all our rules or whatever. But I guess we forgot to establish, like, something along the lines of, like, how to signify when you're out. Because with all of us running around, you know, I got shot. And I was like, okay, well, I'm shot. I'm gonna raise my hands and start walking back toward our base that we established as somewhere that you don't, that you go when you're out. So I was, instead of walking through the underbrush, like through the bushes and under the trees and stuff, I just walked like in the open path. And someone started shooting me. And like, I guess I forgot to keep my hands up or whatever. Because that's an obvious, like, you're out. But, you know, I was just walking casually, not being stealthy at all. So I figured it'd be obvious that I'm not really trying to do anything. But someone started shooting at me. And the one shot that hit me, cover your ears, children. It hit me right in the tip of my dick. Ouch. 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 Okay, yeah, haha. Haha. Crotch violence happens. You don't understand how painful that is. But you know what? When you're the person, when you... I cannot understand other people laughing at that. When you're the person that shot them, you do not get to laugh at them. Okay? That is you. You broke the rules of the game to shoot someone that was out, and you're laughing at them. No. You don't get to. I really should have shot her, like, just a couple times in the side or something. Because it does hurt getting shot. But, like, dang. I think I remember, like, aiming my gun at her in grr. But I didn't actually pull the trigger, because I don't like retaliating. But that's still, like, what the heck? You do not get to laugh. You do not. Everyone else is allowed to laugh. You're not allowed to. Miserable. I always kind of hated that girl anyway, so whatever. Anyway, I reach down to offer her my hand, but she springs into her feet without taking it, avoiding my eyes by staring down, straightening her skirt. You're not hurt, are you? No, it's fine. Here, I can take the books now. With the books back in Yuri's arms, we awkwardly stand together without saying anything for a few moments. Wait here for a moment, please. Moral of the story is wear a cup when you play paintball, I guess. Seriously, like, the pain surges through your entire body. But obviously it's most intense at the point of impact. She quickly shuffles into the room in front of us, re-emerging a minute later. Want to get going now? Yuri nods in affirmation, opening her mouth to speak. However, she is interrupted by giggling from a couple of girls standing nearby. Ah, they were there when Yuri tripped. Don't tell me they're laughing at her. Judging by Yuri's expression, it looks like that's the conclusion she's drawn. Don't listen to those skanks, Yuri. She buries her face in her hands. I can only imagine how red her face is. I can't believe it. Hey, Yuri. It's okay, really. No one's gonna care or remember what happened in a few minutes. Well, those giggling girls aren't helping my argument, but what else am I supposed to say? Come on, let's just leave them and get over to the club. You can distract yourself with books there. With a sigh, Yuri drops her hand from her face. She doesn't say anything, instead opting to shoot me a miserable look. Let's go, you'll feel better. You'll feel better when you're back with the others. A few moments later, we arrive in front of the club room. So, how are you doing? How's your ankle? Oh, there she goes. However, when she elects to enter the club room, instead of answering me. What? I wasn't making fun of you. Following Yuri into the club room, I call out her name. Yuri! Trouble in paradise? Sorry, Jeez, is something wrong? Hey guys, sorry, I just really need to talk to Yuri right now. Yuri, can we talk outside? Alright. I quickly shuffle Yuri out of the room while attempting an apologetic face at the others. I'll just be borrowing Yuri for a little bit, guys. Carry on with whatever you're doing. Yuri. Sorry, but did I upset you? Huh? What do you mean? Well, when you didn't answer me when I asked you a question before. Oh, I must not have heard you. Really? I can't tell if she's simply making an excuse or not. Sorry, I just don't particularly feel like talking right now. Yuri turns her face away from me, a sheet of silky hair blocking her from view. Suffice to say, I'm feeling rather off balance right now. I'll think about ending stream soon. I think of the next Doki Doki transition, we'll call it a day. Does that sound good to you guys? Do you have opinions? You don't have to tell me about it if you don't want to. But just know that I'll always provide a listening ear. Thank you. Sorry about assuming things when I took the books off your hands. I just really wanted to help you. No need to apologize, Cheese. There's really no logical reason for me to be upset over it. She sighs deeply, closing her eyes. I don't know why I feel this way. Wait, why I feel the way I feel. Is it strange to say I don't understand myself? No, that's pretty typical for a teenager. No, I don't think it's strange at all. I think that a lot of people could relate to that feeling, including myself. It probably takes a lot of emotional intelligence to truly articulate why you don't feel so hot. Yo, got that EQ. That emotional quotient or whatever it's called. That's something I learned at my leadership training. So there's IQ, which is, your intelligence quotient. And it's not about things you know. It's about, like, your brain's reaction and problem solving. But, like, apparently your IQ can't really be changed very much. It can be changed a little bit, but not, like, a lot. Like, it's pretty inherent. But your EQ, your emotional quotient, that can be improved significantly. So, I don't know what my what I'm trying to say, but just know you can always improve your emotional intelligence, just by working on yourself. I'm not saying you have to, chat. I'm just saying that you can if you feel like you need to. It is very possible to. It probably takes a lot of emotional intelligence to truly articulate why you don't feel so hot. But please don't be afraid to contact me if you ever need help. For that matter, don't be afraid to contact any of the other girls as well. I speak for them. I speak for the Dokis. I'm sure they'd pick up the phone pretty fast. I think you mean quickly. Never mind. I did mean to correct your grammar. Well, I'm glad to have your support, Cheese. Uh-oh. Very weird. I can fix it. It's doing that thing where my voice starts getting delayed. But Whoops. What have I done? Hello? Okay. It usually only does that when I haven't said anything for a while, but that time it did it mid-sentence. So I wonder if my OBS is just kind of screwed up and it just does that after I've been streaming for 3.5 hours, maybe ish. Because I feel like it did yesterday for Zillia too. Wait, no, it didn't do it this weekend because I was using Streamlabs instead of OBS. I'm confused. I don't know. Did it do it during Zillia? I can't remember. Anyway, I fixed it. Yeah, of course. Would you like to head back inside now? The others must be wondering what we're doing out here. Oh, alright. Wouldn't want to keep them waiting too long, I guess. Monica arches an eyebrow at me as I head back inside, Yuri trailing alongside me. Oh, I probably should have disappeared the other Dokis while I was having that private conversation with Yuri. I like to disappear the others when things get serious. Like we have one-on-ones. Oh, it wasn't that serious, I guess. Yuri trailing along behind me. Had a pleasant conversation then? Sure, pleasant enough. Geez, next time you spend half the club time standing around outside and forcing an actually integral member of the club to do the same, Just don't bother to come. What? Natsuki. Integral member? Huh? I mean, it's not like I meant anything special by that. I just meant you're like one of the big four, like the original member. Oh. You're one of the ones that isn't MC-kun. So yeah, don't look so deeply into it. Natsuki, asking Yuri not to analyze words is like asking me not to eat. You know, it's not saying much if you're part of the Big Four when there are only 5 members in the club. You're just ostracizing me. You know what I mean. Looks like Natsuki's fonder of Yuri than she lets on. Hey, stop ganging up on me. Oh, it's good to be back. There's a Doki. There's a Doki. There's a Doki. There's a Doki. There's a double Doki. There's double Doki. And the good old quadruple Doki. Maybe one more scene? Maybe uno más? Noch eins? I think we can noch eins. Maybe one more. I don't know. I don't like having visual novel streams that are shorter than like 4 hours. Because it feels like I'm a quitter. Like I'm quitting early. So, yeah, I think the next scene should be within about 20 minutes-ish. Also, this is a new BGM. Is this Yuri version of the main theme? Burp. Well, don't twist my arm or anything, chat. Today, Yuri and I are going out shopping together, and judging by the sunny weather outside, it looks like there's some pathetic fallacy going on. What? What? Pathetic fallacy? That does not make sense in the sentence it's used in. What? I can't even remember the last time I went food shopping on my own volition. I'll have to admit, I was surprised when you messaged me about it. Yay, grocery shopping with our to-be girlfriend, yay. So, when did you two first meet? What was your first date like? We went grocery shopping. Yeah, it just gets kind of boring for me personally, shopping alone. And I figured that you'd make great company. Well, I can't say I can relate to feeling bored while shopping alone. I actually rather enjoy spending that time with my thoughts to myself. Oh, I guess that does make sense. Not to say that I don't want to be here right now. I mean, it's a nice change of pace, being able to talk to someone and gather their opinions on different products. And I did have to buy more groceries, too. No worries, I get you. You know, you kind of sounded like Natsuki there. Ooh! Yuri's pretty cute when she gets flustered. I nearly have to bite my tongue to stop myself from teasing her, so I can see her getting flustered again. Careful, Cheese. She's not Sayori. She might not respond well to teasing. Let's not worry about that too much. Although she probably wouldn't respond as badly as Natsuki. Ooh, new background. Ah, and there's the store. It's pretty small for a grocery store. Also, this looks more like a convenience store than a grocery store, but whatever. Yuri and I pick up shopping baskets as we enter the store. Does anyone out there get all their groceries at the convenience store? If so, I'm sorry for you. Because, like, get better food. I'm sorry. By the way, what items are you looking for? Oh, just some basic stuff like ramen and frozen foods. Pretty much just instant food. Well, that's what you find at the convenience store. Oh, I see. I can almost feel the judgment. Note to self: learn how to cook something that takes more than 2 seconds to make. A guy who can cook is never a bad thing. Do you happen to have everything else you need then? What do you mean? I meant things such as vegetables, spices, and the like. Yeah, those are hardly ever in my house. I actually don't have that stuff at home. Usually I just make pre-made food. You know, food you need to heat up in a bowl for a few minutes. Do your parents usually cook your meals and buy you fresher ingredients then? I wish. It'd be great if my mom was home more often to do that. Hang on, I need a hydration check. Ah. Although I can't be ungrateful, the reason why she's away all the time is because she needs to raise me as a single mother. And that's definitely not an easy task. For a second, I thought he was talking... I forgot he was talking about his mom, and I thought he was talking about Yuri. I was like, why is Yuri raising you? What? I actually do the most cooking since my mom's usually out for work. Do most of it? Yep, not the most. It's basically the same thing, though. Ever since she got this huge promotion, she's had to travel the world on business trips to see clients. Oh, I see. She looks away for a moment. What about your father? Oh, well, my parents got divorced some time ago. I'm sorry, Cheese. You don't have to talk about it if you'd prefer not to. No, it's fine. I've come to terms with it already. Everything was all fine and happy when I was a kid, but my parents gradually started arguing more and more as I grew up. Now that I look back, I think it was more because my dad took my mom for granted. Like, even though they both worked, my mom also cooked and cleaned and did all the usual homemaker stuff. They started getting more and more stressed out because of everything until they finally split. I ended up with my mom and my dad just left. I think he has a new girlfriend, but I haven't seen them a lot. I don't know. I just feel kind of weird whenever I think about my dad having a new partner. Yeah. You never really get over that feeling. Speaking personally. I'm sure some people do, but I never did. Never have. Maybe someday. Yuri gazes at me with a gentle look on her face. Surprising, her eyes hold a gentle understanding in them rather than pity. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on and on about it. I usually bottle this stuff up, so I guess it just flooded out. That's alright, Cheese. There's no need to apologize. I can't say I have much experience with dealing with divorced parents, but if you ever need to vent about it, I'll be there. I'll be there. Wait, I don't actually know that song. I only know the harmony. I don't know what the melody is. Don't sing it, Cheese. After all, it's only fair if I reciprocate. Thanks, and yeah, just having someone to listen helps. We move through the aisle in a companionable? Companionable? Since when is that a word? I don't need to Google it, because it's obvious what it means. I'm just not sure that it's a word. Silence for a while. The light from the fluorescent strips overhead shines brightly off the jars and packages we passed by. There's a small clinking sound as Yuri softly drags her fingertips across a row of jars containing kimchi. I'm not sure what that is. I think it's a Japanese-ish thing. So Yuri, do your parents do most of the cooking? I typically prepare the meals. Oh, what do you normally cook? She takes a moment looking at some of the food in front of us. Some of my favorite foods are fish-based. There's nothing as delectable as teriyaki salmon, in my opinion. She stands up straighter as she says this, a smile growing on her face. I really do enjoy home cooking. Most people look forward to eating out at restaurants, but I've always preferred eating comfort foods at home. Sometimes a simple rice dish is all it takes to warm you up inside. Warm me up inside! Warm me up inside! Feed me! Sorry. You should actually try taking one sometimes. They're very convenient and extremely quick recipes. Oh, can you give me some recipes then? They hardly need recipes. You just said they are recipes, though. One that I usually reserve for breakfast is egg rice. I assume that you have a rice cooker at home, yes? Ha, who doesn't have one? People that don't live in Japan. Although one of my old roommates had one. I never used it. But she told me that I could. But I didn't. I was mostly eating frozen microwave food during that time. I was still in college. It was my last semester of college. You didn't ask. I didn't tell. Well, that simplifies things a lot. All you have to do is make a bowl of nice fluffy white rice and dig a small dip in the middle of the rice. After that, you crack a raw egg in the middle, season with soy sauce and rice seasoning, mix it together with your chopsticks, and you're done. Huh, that does sound really simple. Although I think I ran out of rice seasoning a long time ago. Well, you can pick up some now. It really is a delicious dish. Delicious dish. Despite, or rather because of its simplicity. Why do you need to dig out a hole before you put the egg in if you're just going to mix it, though? The frothy lightness of the egg compared to the subtle sweetness of the rice and rich savoriness of the seasonings. Is rice sweet? I've never thought of rice as being sweet. I actually like to sprinkle on some chopped green onions at the end too, for that extra bit of crisp freshness. Man, my mouth is watering at this point. That's what comfort food does to you. One of my guilty pleasures is even simpler though. Sometimes, when I don't have the time or energy to cook, I take cold leftover rice and pour some hot tea over it. Wow, you're more of a tea lover than I thought. It may sound strange, but it's a delight when I pair it with slices of pickled daikon. Ew. Well, I don't know how daikon is, I just know that I don't like pickles, and probably don't like pickled things. No, I get you though. When I was a kid, my mom used to give me leftover rice drizzled with soy sauce if I begged for a snack, whenever she was too busy to cook me something substantial. Now that I think about it, it probably tastes similar to egg rice. Most likely, yes. I do enjoy making some complicated side dishes to accompany rice, though. Vegetable stir-fries are dishes that I return to quite often. I do enjoy the combination of sweetness and umami. The way an onion's sharp and sweet taste pairs with the other vegetables, such as mushrooms and bell peppers, really satisfies my appetite. Wow, you're quite a chef, eh? Quite a chef, eh? Eh? What is your intonation, Cheese? Where were you raised? She starts blushing and puts her hands together. I just know some family recipes is all. Once you understand the basics of cooking, it's quite easy to make something appetizing. If your cooking is anything like your poetry, I'd love to learn from you. I'm not aiming to be a master chef or even a master chief, but if I could learn even just a little bit from Yuri, I could probably mix up my dinner some. As we pass through the freezer aisle, I fill up a good portion of my basket with bags of frozen dumplings. Do you really like dumplings then? Well, while I do like dumplings, this brand of gyoza is a bit special. Yuri stares at the freezer for a moment. How so? Pourquoi? Expliben dich. That's not correct. Erklären dich. Erklärst dich. Yes.
Erklären.
Erklärst dich. I think that's how you would say it. Well, guess they hold some nice memories. Even though my mom did make homemade dumplings sometimes, my dad and I always liked this brand of frozen dumplings the most. I guess it kind of became one of our favorite meals despite being, well, a frozen food. That always drove my mom crazy, haha. My parents have always been busy with work, but we tried to have at least one meal together as a family every day. Then, after a while, we went from having them every day to every other day. And for a lot of those meals, my mom ended up making the gyoza because my dad and I wanted them. Why didn't you try and make them yourself? Well, we tried, but my dad and I always burnt them. Haha. I tried boiling them too, but I prefer them fried. I mean, by my experience, you only really burn food if you're not watching it. Which, I mean, I still do. But, you know, if it's the only thing you're cooking, then you might as well just sit there and watch it. It's not going to burn while you're watching it. Unless you never flip it, ever. Like, flip it multiple times if you got it. I don't know. I'm not one to talk. Sometimes I burn rice to the bottom of the pan, so what do I know? So yeah, I guess I'm kind of conditioned to associate these dumplings with good times spent with my family. Oh, I see. Conditioning. For a moment, Yuri is lost in thoughts, all alone. So, do you still burn them then, or... Hey, what kind of an opinion do you have about my cooking? I never burn them anymore. Well, I rarely burn them. Yuri giggles at my admission. I suppose you've made quite a lot of them then. Sure have. I miraculously haven't gotten tired of them yet either. I'm not entirely sure what gyoza is. Let me Google it real quick. Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. They look a lot like pot stickers. Yeah, let's do it. Whoa, hello. Well, I mean, you can see it there. That's not what I wanted to do, but you can see it. There. It's gone now. Hope you got a good look. Actually, there's a funny story attached to one of the first times I tried making them myself. Oh, what happened? Do you remember when I talked about how Sayori almost burned her house down after she tried cooking? Yes, I believe I do. Well, that was the time we tried making these dumplings ourselves. I left Sayori in charge when I went to the bathroom. Then I started smelling smoke, accompanied by her yelling from downstairs. Apparently she tried to pick up the pan dumplings were frying on and somehow burnt herself and flipped the pan in the process. All the dumplings were scattered on the stove, those poor, poor dumplings. She started panicking, and before she knew it, the dumplings were on fire. I'm still just glad her parents kept a fire extinguisher underneath the sink. Sounds like you had quite the time. Yeah, and luckily Sayori wasn't burned much by the pan. All's well that ends well, I guess. It seems like these dumplings are to you as oolong tea is to me. How so? Well, she picks up a package of oolong tea. I'll be honest, I have no idea what oolong tea tastes like. I just know that it's a type of tea. Obviously. When I was younger, my mother always made fresh tea when I arrived home. Occasionally, it was another kind of tea, but we usually had oolong. At first, I was indifferent to the tea, but over time I developed a taste for it. Now whenever I drink it, it reminds me of her. That's really nice, Yuri. I guess we're more similar than I imagined. You know what? I have an idea. How about we cook something together at my house this weekend? Are you certain? I mean, I'm not exactly an expert in preparing food now. Well, good thing I'm no expert either. That way we can learn together. I see your point there. Would Sunday morning work? I apologize. I have some obligations that I must attend to on Sunday. She's a nun! I knew it. I always knew Yuri was a nun. She looks up and away after a moment, waving her hands. No, not that I don't want to spend time with you. This Sunday's usually a day I spend. She turns away. I'm guessing she's lost in thought, all alone. Either that, or she really likes whole wheat bread. How about Saturday night? Saturday night funkin'. Yes, that would work. She lets out a sigh of relief and continues walking with me to the checkout. Erp. I do be erpin' though. With everything paid for, we start the walk home. As I turn to speak to Yuri, though, I spot a small flash of pink. Hey, look, it's Natsuki! Yuri starts speeding up a little. Do you want to go say hi to her? I don't know. She's kind of, you know, she's a bee sting. She seems like she might be busy. Besides, don't you need to get your dumplings in the freezer? I mean, I guess, but... Mmm. Mmm. See, the problem is I can't make these choices genuinely because I know that they lead to Yuri's life or death. But I also don't know which one leads to life. Yuri, I think it's important for you to try to get along with Natsuki. Let's say hi anyway. Well, worst case scenario is we say hi and keep walking, right? Oh no, that's 2 choices in a row where I like forced my will on her. Okay, next choice, we'll try to not force our will on her. If you want to be better friends with her, you'll need to talk to her sometime. You even started writing poetry using rhyme schemes and things like that, so you could relate to her more, right? Your problems won't go away just by you hoping they will. After years of playing games to try and fill the void of loneliness, one thing's for sure. Problems like loneliness don't always simply disappear. Boy, I'll say. If Sayori didn't come along, I might really have become a NEET. I like that they never actually explain the term NEET in this game. At least I don't think they do. I don't remember them doing it. Maybe they did. Well, I just don't know. Look at it this way. Remember how you talked about the people in books being kind of like friends? Yes, I recall that. All those characters never went after what they wanted. Would they be better out? Would they be any better off? No, you gotta have the call to action. It's the important element at the beginning of any story. Our call to action was joining the literature club. Even if we mess up sometimes, at least we tried. She stands there contemplating everything I said. I do understand that you have a point. I just hate her guts. But it's difficult for me to do. It may come naturally to you, starting conversations with acquaintances or strangers. It does not. But it's just hard for me to do. She looks away, playing with her hair. Well, you at least started a conversation with me when I first joined the club, right? That's because I had to, though. And you're really hot, so that made it easier. What about the book you gifted me? You initiated that yourself, right? It was my duty as a club member to make you feel more welcomed, but that doesn't mean I didn't rehearse the conversation over and over in my mind before I spoke to you. How do you rehearse the conversation? You don't know what the other person's going to say. And admittedly, I did want someone to share my books with. So if you talk to Natsuki more, won't you be able to share your interests with her too? You might even be able to get her into your literature more. And who knows, she might have some manga in a genre more suited to your tastes. Yuri visibly inhales and breathes a deep sigh out. If I don't do anything, then the current situation won't improve. She's shaking slightly. How about I stick with you for a while? Stick with you while you talk to her. That way, if things don't go well, we can still walk away and you won't have to be alone. She takes another deep breath. I can visibly see her trying to compose herself. That would be nice. Can you give a moment first, though? I need to gather my courage. Gather my strength. Of course. Thank you. After a brief pause, Yuri nods to me. Her face looks a bit gray with nerves, but her resolve seems solid at least. We make our way toward Natsuki, who fortunately hasn't gotten far yet. On those small little legs. Natsuki, how are you supposed to travel on those small little legs? Hello, Natsuki. The greeting comes a little loud, making Yuri grimace a bit. I try to shoot her a comforting smile, although I'm not sure if she actually saw it. Hey Yuri, and Cheese. Didn't expect to see you here. How are you doing? I'm doing alright, I guess. She glances over at the shopping bags I'm carrying. You went shopping together? Yep. Yes, we happen to need to go to the store at the same time. Oh, you just happened to, huh? I roll my eyes, causing Natsuki to smirk. That's right? Maybe it's actually Natsuki's teasing and sense of humor paired with Yuri's inability to deal with teasing that makes them incompatible. All of a sudden, a gurgling fills the air. Judging by the way Natsuki stiffens up, it must have been her stomach. Okay, so Natsuki is gonna get more screen time in Yuri route. Yay, that makes me happy. That makes me a happy ferret. Yuri fidgets for a moment as Natsuki looks away from us. Seems like Yuri's really struggling to get her words out. An idea pops into my head, and I can't help but lean in to whisper to Yuri about it. Why don't you invite Natsuki over to your place for dinner? Yuri's face blanches slightly. Is she really that nervous about it? You know, I think I know what blanch means, but I'm gonna Google it just in case. Hey, that's not what I clicked.
Blanch.
Make white or pale by extracting color. Flinch or grow pale from shock, fear, or similar emotion. Yeah, okay. So that's pretty much what I thought. Is she really that nervous about it? I must have underestimated her social anxiety. Hey, care to share with the rest of the class? At this point, Natsuki's beet red. Natsuki, would you like to eat out with me tonight? Don't say it, cheese. Yuri's voice sounds a little strangled as she speaks. It's a bit strange that she wants to eat out tonight, though. Please stop using that term. Considering how much she likes home cooking. I know it's not the same. It's not the same as the term I'm thinking of, but it's so close. No, I'm say so. I'm say so. I don't have bad thoughts. No bad thoughts. Only pure say so thoughts. Are you sure? Well, if you'd like, I haven't eaten out in a while, so... You're making this really hard, Yuri. No, not like that. Stop. I do have to put away my groceries first, though, but we can go after that. I do notice that we recommended Yuri invite Natsuki over to her house to dinner, like make her dinner, but Yuri instead opted to like go out to a restaurant. Natsuki's expression softens more than I expected. I don't know, I don't want to impose. I should probably get going home soon anyway. Are you sure? It's really not a bother. If it doesn't take too long, then I guess I could. You might have to get takeout, though. Yeah, I'm gonna head back home and put my stuff away. I'll see you all in the club. Before Yuri turns to go, I give her a thumbs up and a smile that she returns with a blush. Exchanging goodbyes, we head our separate ways. Oh. Doki. 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 Diddle doki. Duka duka doki. Daka daka doki. Doki daka doki doki doki. Doki. We do be dokin, though. It's Saturday! No, it's Sunday. Don't be silly. Wait, that's not what I wanted. No, wrong. Main menu. Ahoy. Thank you so much for watching. If you're on YouTube, thank you for clicking that like button. I know you did it. Go ahead and say a little comment as well if it pleases you. Do not forget about the Cheese Louise 2D debut, August 28th, 6 p.m. Pacific time or 9 p.m. Eastern time. If you live in Europe, I'm sorry, but I mean, that's probably not a good time for you anyway. So I'm sorry that I didn't time convert it to 2 a.m. or whatever, but you know, you probably weren't gonna make it. Anyway. Oh, well, we made some good progress, I'd say. Yeah. I think we'll do Blue Skies again next week. My Saturdays have opened up since I'm done with Tales of Xillia, so I'll either do something else or I'll do Amiibo Tournament. I said that backwards. I'll do Amiibo tournament, or I'll just start a new game. Or maybe I'll do a collab or something. I don't know. But, so next Sunday should just be more Doki Doki Blue Skies. We should be able to finish Yuri in another 1, maybe 2, maybe even 1 stream, if we're lucky. And then we'll also be able to do Monica route before my 2D debut. So we'll be all done with Blue Skies, with the 3D cheese. Yes, yes, right, right. Anyway, don't leave yet. I'll raid during the end slate. You want to stick around for the raid, right? That's important. Right? Twitch culture? Raid? Should I come up with a raid message? Maybe at some point. I want to wait till I have like an active chat and a big raid before I start doing raid messages. I don't know. I shouldn't say these things out loud on stream. Anyway, thanks so much for watching. Once again, until next time, my peeps, this ferret is out.